Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville. We got some stuffs here, some new stuffs. We've been talking about these for a little while. These should be pretty darn fun to do. These are just test prints, some new busts here of Battlestar Galactica variety. Again, they're just test prints. I don't even know, how good these test prints are because you almost kind of don't know till A, you print them, and then B, you paint them because you sometimes see things when you're painting stuff, right? Armored Wolf that you don't see otherwise. So, yeah, I mean, obviously these other ones, these were actually, all of these have been a challenge to support. These two were, and then of course, here we go. Even our autocorrect monster and Trench Crusade Lady, those were not the easiest to try and support either. So, I mean, it is what it is. Now, actually, what I was starting to think, Armored Wolf, is I might just cut this here. So, yeah, what I was thinking is if I was thinking, but I wasn't thinking because it's been too much of a hurry, since this is a nice flat edge here, I'll just cut this and then I'll print them out separate. Then I can hollow this thing. Yeah, so well, I'm already onto my fifth one here. But again, they're just test prints. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Because Armored Wolf, aren't most of Nerickson's plinths separate from the busts? I think so, right? I don't. Of course, I don't have one right here to. Or do I? No, I don't have one here. Oh, I do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I had to glue that on. Yeah, that's. I don't think that's printed on there. Yeah, yeah. So I just gotta take a page from their book, right? Armored Wolf, and yeah, see, then I can hollow it out a whole lot easier. Hey there, M Toys, great to see you. Oh yeah, that's right. You weren't at the casa yesterday, were you, Land? Well, yeah, at Landrest's house yesterday, were you there, M Toys? That's right. So M Toys, I hope that everything has been going great. Hopefully the weekend's been good. Let me get some of these brushes out here so that I can. There it is. I wonder. I wonder. Let me get a couple of these out here. I forgot all about these guys. Last couple of streams. Hey there, Jackson. Great to see you again. So where's our? Well, here's some of the stuff we were painting last night. Doing some more of these. And since it's BSG week, we got these, we got this, and we got this because we don't have enough Battlestar Galactica this week, right, M. Toey? So great to see you there, Jackson. I hope that you're doing well. And of course, M. Toey's maybe wait till more folks are in the chat there before you post any kind of stuff there. Same thing there, Jackson. You want to post something? Well, wait till there's maybe some more eyeballs. More eyeballs is in the chat. Oh, geez, Jackson. And it's funny because I keep thinking about that, right? Because it's going to be a long night. And actually, Armored Wolf, I saw Charity's message about the, kind of the earlier thing or something like that. I'll have to, uh, I'll have to remember that. Hey there, Sector X. Great to see you. So yeah, I just for some reason it just never occurred. Okay, just cut these here. That's an easy enough thing to do. Just cut them there. Well, I've been trying to. There's so many of these things that I've been trying to make test prints of. Actually, I could just cut them and use. Well, using the same plinth doesn't necessarily work. So yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. Not the same size or shape, anyways. Now, Jackson, how many classes were you thinking about taking? Because that's always a thing, right? You want to take a bunch of classes because you never know. Will I get a chance, right? Will this person be in town again or whatever? But you don't want to do too many because then you get kind of, what would you say? You get kind of burned out or what's the overload? Yeah, overload. That can happen too. So great to see you there, Sector X. You want to keep going with this here, and again, it's just I'm gonna work on these two because I was kind of hoping that this way one would set. Now, again, the bust that we're gonna do, it's gonna be larger, so this one will probably be printed out, as far as the figure there, about this size. Again, we want that maybe about 15 to 20, 15% bigger, maybe 20%. Not too big, not too crazy. But that's one of the Eldritch Foundry pieces that I made. Sector X, nothing but the best, right? Nothing but the best. Nothing but precision brushwork. Let me look at this. I mean, this is detailed stuff, Sector X. You know, most people couldn't do super detailed brushstrokes like this while they're reading the chat there. So Jackson's going to take about 4 classes, all stacked on 2 days. Jackson, well, geez, Jackson, you might need to be. You're not breaking into my stash of energy drinks there, Jackson. Actually, Armored Wolf, that's the thing. Oh, that's right. I gotta bring. I gotta get me some of my energy drinks and stuff. Yeah, I've been liking those zero sugar ones there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I might have to just like get me a pack of those and then just save them for when it's Adepticon time. Any Insectorix, if there is something that you'd like to share in the chat, as always, please feel like you can do that. Actually, MTOWs, if you want to share stuff, there's eyeballs. There's eyeballs in the chat. Now here we're going a little bit different. We got a little bit of Violet going on here. We are gonna welcome in Daddy Kelt, formerly known as, right, Daddy Kelt? How you doing? So Happy New Year there, Daddy Kelt. I think this is the first time we've seen you since the new year. So, formerly known as Beardy Kelt. So how you doing there, Daddy Kelt? Everybody please give Daddy Kelt a follow. And of course, if you want to share stuffs in the chat, you know the deal. You know the deal. Like always, go ahead and share stuff in the chat. Now, MTOWs, this is going to be another one of our tutorial vids right here. I wanted to do, actually, Armored Wolf. Oh, wait a second. Holy smokes, Armored Wolf. Remember how I've been yapping for months about having a perfectly symmetrical bust, split it down the middle, and do halvesies, half TMM, half non-metallic metal. Gee, I don't know, Armored Wolf, this would be a terrible candidate for that, wouldn't it? This would be absolutely horrible because there's not a single stitch of metal on this thing whatsoever. Yeah, that's me being a genius, right, M-Tellies? Because we've been talking about this. This here's what I'm talking about. This was done half and half. So half of this is true metallic, half of it is non-metallic. This was relatively symmetrical, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to make another bust that's perfectly symmetrical." This is literally perfectly symmetrical. It is. Look at that. Well, maybe it's a tiny bit off, like a millimeter or two. Well, okay. Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah. So great to see you there, Daddy Kelt. Sorry about that little sideline there. Everybody check out that Discord link there. Check out the Discord link. Good grief, Armored Wolf. Now this, I think this is also something that I could print pretty big in FDM. I think we could make a big old version of this bad boy in FDM. So I'm going to try this. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I might try a couple of these here. Yes, because we don't have enough giant, FDM printed busts, right? Sector X, we need more. Everybody check out, again, those Discord links. Check out them Discord links that Big Daddy Kelt. There is another streamer named Big Dad, or no, Gig, what is it? Big Danny, what is it? It's a play on the words there, and I can't quite remember what it is. Dig Batty, that's right, yes. I can never remember that. Hey there, Horns fan. Horns fan, that was bizarre. That was downright bizarre. Actually, well, I can't really show that, but well, let's see where. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So this was there's a little bit of the post-game celebration right there. Yeah. Even let me see here. We got another. I think here. Yeah. So yeah, a little sad. Little bit sadness right there, right, Horns fan? Just a bit sad. So how you doing there, Horns fan? So Horns fan, I mean, when you think of, let's see, they were down 11. No, they were down, let's see, they were down 21-3 at halftime. They're down 21-6 at the start of the fourth quarter. Then they're down 21-15. Then they're down 27-15 because the Packers miss an extra point on top of the field goal they'd missed earlier. Then the Packers miss another field goal. The Bears score 2 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion. And guess what happens, Horns fan? Guess what happened? Then they break out the cheese graters. Where's the cheese graters here? Do I actually? Oh, I don't have that one here. That's right. There we go. Yeah, look at that. They break out the cheese graters. Yes, indeed. So Horns fan, I mean, I don't know. Actually, Horns, I think you got a chance to see this, didn't you, Horns fan? You got a chance to see our Baltar flat. Horns fan. Well, there was fireworks going off here, and of course, Horns fan. There have been 2 occasions that I know of in the fourth quarter of a playoff game where it started to snow, and though both of those times the Bears made the Super Bowl. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Thanks, Horns fan. Appreciate that. So, Horns fan, these are the first test prints here of our BSG busts. Now, Jackson, are all of those classes like one after the other, or do you at least get, I don't know, an hour or 2 to eat some chow or something like that, Jackson? Because that's going to be intense, right? And Horns fan, get this. 0 onside kicks, 0 turnovers. They scored so fast, Horns fan, that there was still a minute 36 on the clock, and Jordan Love had the ball at like the 38 or something. It was a good kickoff return. And they actually got like a first down, I think, on the second play of that drive. So they had it pretty much, they had things lined up, let's put it that way. Things were not exactly unfavorable for them. I'm going to, yeah, let's go a little bit more of that brown in there. There we go. Also, get some of that down here. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Camda, I don't know if you heard. You might have just missed it. I've been talking about the perfectly symmetrical bust for the TMM non-metallic splitsy there. Well, gee, Camda, this wouldn't possibly be a good candidate for that, would it? Now, it's not exactly like 100%. It's like 97% symmetrical here. So guess what, Camda? We're doing this. Yep, that is our thing there. Horns fan, I do believe what cost them on the second one, the 44-yarder. Now we're going to add some of our chromium oxide green to our skin tone here. That false start penalty, it pushed him back 5 yards. Now, I don't know if it would have been good, but it would have been way closer. I mean, that would have been real close like if they hadn't gotten that full start penalty. I mean, what could be better, right, Camda? Because the problem with the other one is that I also had to take time to do the face and all this other stuff that has, there's no metal in that. So that's kind of like the perfect. The bust I was gonna do, Camden, was obviously somebody wearing a helmet. Which is, it's kind of handy. Again, look at this, is that oxide green. I mean, is it not perfect, Camda, for doing not just 5 o'clock shadow, but just kind of shadows on skin tone in general? Actually, Camden, I was thinking about making a new color or something like that, where we just take Terra Rosa and the chromium oxide green and mix them together. It would literally, it'll be the ultimate oxide, Camden. Ultimate oxide. Would you mind sending me a message to remind me? Now, Horns fan, believe it or not, that's the only one I'm going to get to see. The only reason I saw it, Horns fan, is because it was on Amazon. That's the only reason I got to see it. The next week's game, I'll have to go back to just listening to it as a podcast like usual. So Jackson doing it, wow, one of those 7-hour marathons and then a 4-hour marathon after that. Actually, Jackson, in addition to your snacks, you might also want to bring an oxygen tank. Yes, I mean, it sounds like it, right? So Horns fan, yeah. Sadly, we're back to the old way of things. Next week. Now, of course, I still think, for whatever reason, they're saying that I still think they could be playing. Oh no, that's right. The Eagles are the 3 seed. That's why. I thought they were. It was gonna still got to work out that they might have still played the no, because Carolina lost. That's right. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff yet, and of course, again, MTO is if you want to share stuff in the chat, please feel like you can do that. You know, like always. Oh, now here's the other situation, Sectorix. It completely wiped. You know, it just did not do the text here. It turned it into just gibberish there. So I just this is what took the most time. It took me about a couple of hours to file this stuff off. That's the thing I'm kind of hoping to be able to maybe use Meshy for, or sorry, Blender to be able to fix that. That's the thing I was talking about there, Camden. I think we're all caught up, right? I think we're caught up. No, okay, he's got the dirt. Well, he does have some of the. He's got some highlights in his here, but we'll deal with those later. We'll deal with those later. Now what we have to I think yeah, let's do that over here. Let's get some burnished metal over here. We're gonna take this. We want this to be on the warmer side, so I might just take this here. I'm even gonna take a little bit. Yes, I'm doing that. A little bit of our Mars yellow deep there. That is gonna go on here. Hey there, Grey Wolf. How you doing? Great to see you. I hope that the weekend is gonna be well, has been nice for you too. I keep forgetting it's Saturday because again, I was thinking it was Sunday because it's very weird to have no college games but two pro games on a Saturday. That is downright bizarre world. That is like opposite land right there. That is totally opposite land. Now I'm gonna get some of this lighter stuff right in here. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. Let me do a little. There we go. Now it's going to be real interesting. Okay, we did. Now the other thing is I could. Ooh, maybe that's what. Well, okay, I'll have to do it after the stream. But after the stream, I might print this one. Print this one out in FDM a little bit bigger, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to necessarily print that. That thing weighs a ton. And again, what we're going to do from now on is we're going to cut these here. Yeah, we're going to cut those. And that way it's going to be way easier to support these things. Also, I'll be able to hollow out these things. So, Grey Wolf, I hope that you're doing well. The other thing I was going to do also, oh yeah, that's right. Since I was given a gift card for Christmas, I was actually able to use that to get two more liters of our resin because remember I said I was going to be exhausting that one, right, Camden? I was probably going to wipe out that last one today or tomorrow. Yeah, by tomorrow it's going to be all gone. It will be completely gone by the end of tomorrow. So I was just able, by 60 cents, I was able to get two more liters of resin. Yay, yay for me. Because, again, these have been chewing up some serious resin right here. Now, that's fantastic there, Grey Wolf. Glad that's working out for you. Now, Armored Wolf, are you guys going to be trying to do the swag thing again? Because one of the reasons why I try to get it myself is if there's something in there that you wanted that could be useful for Ursa or something like that, you can just, take that with you. All right, let's do that. And no, let's do the here. Let's get some stuffs on the here. Also here, I will take Mars Yellow Deep. I will take some of this. All right, fine. Also going to take a little bit of my. That's not Indian Yellow. That's the Windsor Yellow slash. Not that is the. What is that? Can never. It's been so long since I last used it. Hansa Yellow. That's it. So many names for the same stupid colors, right? Right, Camda. Same colors, a bazillion different names. Naphthol Red, also Naphthol Scarlet, also Fanchon Red, also Windsor Red. They're basically all the same thing. You wouldn't know it by the names, but that's how it goes. So I did get the other shipment. Well, I did have one of those, and that just disappeared. Oh, here it is. So I did get the set of 6 here. Now I got to get one more set of 6 of these. So this again is going to be the paint transport slash storage slash whatever. So Jackson, that's usually, again, they're like that's how I found out that Fanchon Red was just Naphthol Red. It's the same pigment number. However, Jackson, unfortunately, pigment numbers can be very tricksy and very false because there's about, I don't know, 7,000 different colors, right, Camda, where the pigment number is just pigment red 101. And they don't look anything like each other. Yet they all just say pigment red 101 for the pigment number. So you can't go by that. It's just in a situation like this where you're like, okay, they got cute or something like that, Jackson. They tried to name it something different, but it is just the same thing. But yeah, there's quite a few colors, let's put it this way, that are okay. Maybe the pigment has it literally was cooked, kind of like the Ducks were yesterday. So apologies to the Oregon fans out there. But basically, the Bears they were doing their best impersonation of the University of Oregon for the first half, right? Actually, hey, Horns fan, what'd you think of that? Speaking of which, yeah, that's, actually, well, that's right. There's no SEC. No SEC in the national championship. So Arda Michael says that all of the red pigments, it's the same stuff you get in Fruit Punch, just maybe with a little cadmium on the side. I was really thought Ole Miss was going to be able to do that, Horns fan. I really thought Ole Miss was going to get there. All right, so now we got some of that going. We're going to let that have a chance to set. Now back to El Capitan here. I'm going to use that. And we're starting this off same way here. We're just going to start to get a little something on here. This is just going to be our blackest black down there, so no great shakes right there. No big deal on that. Jackson won the Dick Blick website. I mean, obviously that's where I get pretty much almost all of my stuff. But the neat thing they have, Jack, and I think Jerry's Artorama might have the same thing. It's basically a pigment information. Now, it's not just like, okay, it's this pigment number. It actually does, it kind of gives you a little bit of a history of the color. So our Perline Black, that's how I learned. Where'd it go? That Perline Black, this used to be a printer's ink forever. Yeah, I was always a printer's ink. Then they started using the pigment for regular paints. So that's the kind of information that you really want to see, because that's actually good. Daddy Kelt, that's what we do. Oh, geez, wouldn't you say, Camden, at least 80% of the time? It's the wettest dry brush ever, right, Camden? The wettest dry brush ever. That is the main approach for the oil paints. Pretty much can see that in just about every single video. It's mostly dry brush stuff, a little bit of sometimes pen line wash, a little bit of glazy stuff, but either doing the dry brush stuff or we're just slapping some paint on there, grabbing another brush, and then we call that the old plop and push. The old plop and push, that's what we call that here. Which is a little bit different than the old push and plop. You know, that you don't like so much. That usually indicates some kind of, something might have went a little sideways right there. Yeah, you don't like that. There we are. Let's get a little bit of that further down in there. Well, actually, it would be, now see, this one would be, oh, it's because of the nameplate thing. No, I could still probably do a cutoff on that. Could probably still get away with doing a cutoff on that. So see you in a bit there, Camda. See you in a bit. And by the way, again, noon Central Time, so 11 hours and 36 minutes from now, the Adepticon web cart goes live. And yeah, we've been showing the one class that I will be doing. Again, we're going to be doing a printing them out bigger, but this is the bust that we'll use. We're actually going to use this little nifty thing as the storage for our paints. And so you'll be getting this, you'll be getting the bust, you'll be getting basically a video copy of it. So if you're like Jackson and you have 17,000 hours of classes in 2 days, and you might say, gee whiz, I don't even remember what the heck half of what I saw, you'll have that video to go back to. You'll also get the file. So video file, so that you could print up your own later on. That way you don't have to go to somebody's My Mini Factory and try and buy it there. It'll all be contained in one nifty little package, which I'm 3D printing those also. Yeah. So yes, you're also getting basically a 3D printed carrying case for for the paints, for the busts, for all the stuff, the brushes and everything. It's a full service thing. Now, Sectrix, are you still using this not Slimlu, the Sunlu filaments there? Wasn't sure if you're still using those, or if the sale kind of ran its course, and you kind of had to move on to other things there. And again, everybody check out the Discord links that Daddy Kelt posted, and of course, also please give Daddy Kelt the follow. Again, sorry that this was later. Again, I was trying to do two more of the whatchamacallits there, the flats, but trying to do the repair thing on those, that was just for whatever reason, it took less time on these busts than it did on the flats. I don't know what the heck was going on there. So that really delayed things. I only was able to get. I was also trying to. Yeah, even the one of the Golden King of Abrakan. That actually took less time. And I was thinking that was going to take forever. It did take a while though to try A, support it, and B, just to get it sized, because all of the prints that I have for printing out, the ones that I made, like it's just a little bit too big for a bunch of them. It's a very wide thing because of all the treasure around the bottom of the throne. So yeah, is that the Friday afternoon one there, Jackson? Because I think it was supposed to be Friday afternoon or something along those lines. Jackson, well, we'll have the steroids. Yeah, that'll be the emergency stuff also in the yeah, some emergency steroids to wake up people that have had too many classes so far. Well, at least it's going to start pretty slow. How's about we welcome in Jam's Perfect Imperfections, who dares to enter our domain. Hey there, Cheeky Squirrel. Nice to see you, and Crafty Cub. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Jams. And Jams, of course, like always, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So it is Battlestar Galactica week here. We've got a couple of busts that we just started on about half an hour ago. We also did this flat of Boltar. We also did this ship. So it's it's BSG week as we call it here. So we got two busts. We got ourselves a ship right there, and we also got ourselves, look at that, we got guilty Boltar. Very, very guilty Boltar right there. So great to see you there, Jams. I hope that you're doing very well. And of course, Jams, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, these are brand new. This is one I was going to do as a tutorial, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to split it in half, and one half is going to be true metallic metals, the other half is going to be non-metallic metals. And we did that once before. Now this one was not perfectly symmetrical, and it also had a face and hair, so that Centurion there was thinking like, oh, yeah, it's all armor, and it's perfectly symmetrical. So again, this is a split 50-50. Half is TMM, the other half is non-metallic metal there. And ever since then, I've wanted to do another one. Wanted to do another one of those, but didn't ever quite have the right subject for that. So now I think we got it. Oh, thanks. Actually, we in a brief little interlude from our BSG stuff, we were painting some more of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So we did a Warg Rider, we did the Mount of Sauron, and there's Legolas. We did Legolas there. So those were our three from last night, and of course we've been having a ton of fun with these. We we have Dark Queen Galadriel. Where's our Gollum here? There he is. There's Gollum right there. So we've been having a lot of fun with those, Jams. It has been super, super, super fun. And of course, Jams, if it's not brand new, I mean that's okay, because what if folks haven't seen any of the work in progress before, or something like that. So again, if you want to share any of that stuff, please feel like you can do that. Jams, well, actually, if you check out the Instagram, we have done, oh, geez, what? That was actually, I think that put us up to 30. I think I've actually done 30 of those now. I actually have more that I've printed out. There's at least 3 or 4 more that I've printed out. Which, well, that means next week we'll probably be doing yet another round of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So yeah, Jams, if you want to share something, it might just be new to certain folks that have not had a chance to see it yet. Now, I think I'm going to start doing some of our darker glazy, lazy type stuff here. Let's do some of that now. Also, too, we've had fun making some other busts. This was a little bit of a test right here because I wanted to see if this print is super integrated. How easy would it be to print in FDM? Well, there you go. Look, that's twice the size. And yes, that is actually printed out in FDM because, I can just knock that on the face and nothing's going to happen there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Jams just shared. Everybody please again give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow while you are at it. So appreciate the raid there, Jams. I know you might have to, run and do post-stream stuff. It's late. It's after midnight here now. Again, we're just kind of getting underway here. There's a lot of stuff going on during the day here. We are just now underway here. All right, let me get my references where I can see both of them. I can only see one of them right now. 1 second. Now I can see them both. There we go. All right, time for some. First, there was some dry brushy stuff. Now there's some glazy stuff. There's no zenithal or nothing like that. You can see they looked exactly like this because I primed everything all at the same. Ooh, hey Jams, here's some more stuff too. This is another test here. This is my very first Trench Crusade bust that I've been working on. You might recognize this character. So that is this character right here now turned into a bust. I completely forgot about that. Holy smokies. And the autocorrect monster Jams. I think you've seen him once or twice, right? I know Camden and Velfair have seen him tons of times. Also, Arid has seen him a bunch. But yeah, there's the autocorrect monster. All right, we'll see you later there, Jams. See you later. So yeah, Jackson, between Eldritch Foundry and what I'm able to do now myself, it's really, really, really huge. It's a game changer now, what I'll be able to do moving forward. Because I know I keep talking about it a lot, but the idea is, all right, as much as I love, okay, all the Nerixon busts and the Loot Studios stuff and everything else, okay, I support like 20 different Patreons. If people are going to want to be able to follow along, well, then they're also going to have to, get themselves onto 20 different Patreons. And that might not be doable for a whole lot of folks. But if I just say, all right, if you're on the Patreon page, as in my Patreon page, well, you just get the files. You have to print them out yourself and all that other, and you have to support them yourself and all that. But you just get the files, right, Doji? How you doing? Let's see. So see you later there, Jams and Doji. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And Doji, they managed to pull it off, Doji. They were down 21-3 at halftime, and it wasn't even that close. It could have been 31-3. Actually, it should have been 31-3. It was the largest comeback in franchise history, and they're only 110 years old. So that kind of gives you a little bit of idea what was going on. Hey there, Landrast. I see that M. Telwies is there. So you're not all by your lonesome. Actually, hey, Landra, why don't you share your Blood Bowl team? Share your Bretonians. And, of course, Doji, I don't know if you've had a chance to share your stuff yet. Doji, I did make... Oh, look at this. Look at that Camp. No, there's Camden. That's right. Camden's gone. But this, we got ourselves almost some pinline washi stuff going on here. Look at this. But it's not quite. It wouldn't be hanging right there. That was a full-on pinline wash. There's no way that would be stopping there. That would continue on. So again, that is definitely, it's not quite. It's mostly there, but it's not entirely there. And here is why we do the dry brushy stuff, because we can actually mix with this. So see, if I'd start doing this, Those are actually starting to mix together right there. Yeah, Jackson. That's what you like. All the Eldritch Foundry, like the that fellowship that I made, all the busts, and of course, well, like this one, right? This was one of our most recent tutorials on the Patreon page. Well, guess what? You can get that file. All the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Obviously, well, that's more as a tribute for Kathy right there. And that's not so much for tutorials or Patreon stuff. Although it's kind of fun, that's really more. I want those in people's hands so that next October, I thought we were going to be able to do it this October, but we only had like 5 of them or something like that. Now there's like already 30, and no, technically there's like 35. So we might have 40 by the end of this month. So we'll be well stocked for a little bit of Kathy celebration come this October, because it is now this year. So this October, I want to get those in people's hands, folks all across the world. So yeah, Doji, nothing's in the Dropbox yet. These are still test prints. And remember I was saying, oh, you might have missed it last night, Doji, the Sauron one? I've already tried printing him 4 times. Because what happened was he basically got saved as a 10-meter tall figure, and when you shrink him down, that cloak disintegrates. Now, I've already saved him again at 4 inches tall, so instead of reducing him to less than 1%, now he'll be at somewhere around 50, 45%, something more reasonable. Jackson, it's think of it as an active zenithal. So instead of doing the very wasteful, I'm gonna spend all this time creating a zenithal and then just cover it up. This is all about an active zenithal. So you can see some of this is made. Even here, look at this. See, if I start doing this, it actually is mixing with what's underneath. It could be the same thing down here. Also, Jackson, and this might be good for you too after taking 1,700 hours worth of classes before that. We're going to start out with these color charts here. Starting out with the color charts, because this will kind of give you an idea of, okay, what is it like to work with the oil paints, that sort of thing. Nice to see you there, Tat Lee. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Do that. Now, here's where things kind of get interesting. We're going to take this. Yeah, that's our bar. And we're going to take this. And this is almost like a semi-opaque glaze right here. Yes, that literally is a semi-opaque color there. There is some technically white paint in that. But you can see how let me get this a little darker there. So great to see you there, Tatley. Happy Sunday. So Doji, somehow they survive in advance. Again, they were getting curb stomped. It was one of the worst halves they've played all season, and of course they chose to do that in the opening round of the playoffs. Even in the third quarter, well, let's put it this way, Green Bay was just running up and down the field on them. I mean, they could just do anything they wanted. And it was like, even the Green Bay coach said that. Some of the announcers said it. It's like somebody literally just hit a circuit breaker. So great to see you there, Tatley. Let me do this. So you can see how that is mixing together. We're not just doing just a dead kind of glaze over the top of this. Again, that is why we did this first, because as you can see, there is some mixing that's going on here. Now I forgot to get, we're going, here, Landress, look, we're going to class up the joint. We're going to put some Pearline Crimson out there. Everything else was alkyds. Oh, that's the other thing there, Jackson. We will be working exclusively with alkyds. All alkyds all the time. Yes, indeed. That's how we're gonna rock and roll there, because we kind of play tested this. We did play test it as far as the timing goes, as far as okay, well, how easy was it to handle after the class, and it all worked out. So hopefully that also translates to the class. I know it's I know it's expensive, Doji, but then again, so is Cobalt Teal Bluish, and I mean it just does things right, Doji. What would you say? Ownership has its privileges or something like that. I don't know. It just does things that the other stuff can't, and if it's worth it, right, you give it a shot. And again, everybody, please check out the fabulous oil painted stuff that Doji does. Now, here's going to be another situation where we're going to try and do some opaque, glazy stuff. This is literally some of the stuff I was just sticking into the hair. We were just kind of doing this in the hair. Now we're going to do some of that in some of our shadows here. But again, none of this is truly translucent. Yeah, I'm going to do that up there. Also there. Let's get some of this paint off of this brush here. And of course, Tatley, the nice thing is, whoops, this shelf here, well, we know these are available in Australia because Camda from down there in Perth said, hey, you might want to try and get these. And again, you can pretty much get these all over the world. Basically, if you can get Amazon, you can get your paws on those. Jackson, sometimes it's hard to even put a label on something, right? Because everything seems to have labels now, right? There's something else, Jackson, that we've been kind of saying lately at the loaded blending brush, where it's like here, there's no paint on the brush. But there's times where I actually will put paint on the brush and then go and try and blend with it. But we're also basically taking the paint that's on the brush and the paint that's on the miniature, and we're just kind of like pushing and pulling that around, right, Doji? So here, again, we can go lighter from this, right? We're going to do this again. Here you go. Technically, that's sort of a glaze right there. Not really a glaze, kind of a glaze, sort of a glaze. Now, over here, okay, we're going to do some of this on Adama here. This is going to be a little more traditional, except down there where it starts to mix. So Tatley, you don't want to go too cheap. Now, of course, the alkyd oils, they're just naturally less expensive. But if you're going to get regular oil paints, you don't want something that's like, okay, 10 tubes for $5 or something like that, because it's going to be difficult. That's going to be making things rough on yourself. Doji, I know it's been a while. Actually, there was a video not too long ago, Doji, where I did use Egyptian violet, and I kind of said like, man, it's been a while. And that was a recent video, Doji. I couldn't tell you what it was, but that was a recent video that I used that on, and I went, wow, that makes a big difference. I mean, there's a reason why it is the king of violets, right? And everything else is just purple. Now this, so here we got obviously more of a bluish gray here. We're going to be doing a little combo platter of some of this. Actually, let me do this right here. Let me get this and some of that. So I just have this nearby. That is there we go. That is handy. Go and get me a little bit of that ombre in there. Yeah, a little bit of our umber. Now again, that's more of a pin line wash because look, it's still traveling. That's still on the move. That is still on the move there. And of course, all of our sports coverage is brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. I mean, we were right there on the scene, right? Weren't we, Horns fan? Every single down, every critical play in the college football season, we brought it all to you. So again, you can see how that's a whole different ball of wax there. Much warmer, darker grays. Actually, I remember blocks. Actually, Tatley. Well, I saw that. What's that other one? Kusakbe. What is the one I'm thinking? Holbein. That's not one that I use, but it's a Japanese brand. So I was just wondering, Tatley, if that was also in the store because, well, proximity, right? I was going to ask you about that one, if that was also part of the mix for you. And of course, Jackson. We were talking about this last night. The way I paint now is not the way I painted a year ago, or 6 months ago, or a month ago, or even last week. It is constantly changing, constantly morphing. It will depend on, okay, maybe we find some new stuff. We do an experiment. We say, whoa, what did we just run across here? Yep, Tetley will, of course. We know exactly how far away it is. We painted it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so we know exactly just how far away it is, right? Because we painted our globe here. Still, Tatley, it's a little bit closer than France. It's a little bit closer than France. It's a little bit closer than the UK or Germany. Those are kind of your three places where a lot of the oil paints get made. Let me do this here. I'm going to roll with this on there too. And again, that originally had a really nifty Battlestar Galactica thing on there, but that just did not print out well, so I just basically wiped it out. So you can see, right, we've kind of tinted all that. Well, guess what? We're going to set him aside. That is why we were working on multiple busts here. Thanks, Tatley. That was our New Year's Eve stream. Every New Year's Eve, Tatley, we paint, we paint lots of planets, but we start here. We start here in the Eastern time zone, and we go all the way over here. This is our final time zone right there. Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, it's year 5. Believe it or not, that is the 5th year for painting our globe there on New Year's Eve. Now you can see how that's mixing right there? Right, that is an active. That's why we call it an active zenithal, because we can actually do stuff with that. See that? There we go. Look, again, right, that is actually mixing there. Look at the same deal here. That's actually mixing there. Now, here, let's get some more of that. Now, we're going a little bit of the Payne's Gray / Indigo into here, too. Now, all right, we did that. We did that. Look at this. That is not your traditional, and again, we don't have to worry about watermarks because, well, if there's no water, there are no watermarks. So you saw what we just did right there. Big difference from that side, what we got over there. And again, these busts here, the only way you're going to be able to get your hands on this stuff is if you're on the Patreon page. There is no way I'm doing a My Mini Factory thing. I have no time for Mine Manufactory or Colts 3D or anything like that. So the only way you're going to get your paws on this stuff is to do the Patreon page thing. Because selling 3D files and all that stuff, again, that's a. We had actually somebody that rated us last night. I mean, that is like 2 more full-time jobs. I already have 15 right now, right, Armored Wolf? We don't need to add 2 or 3 more, so we're not doing that. Now we're going to go more standard glazy stuff right there. That's almost, again, like a pin line wash. Looky here. What we got's going. Take the liquid out of there, and now we're going to do this. And that. What does it do? It starts to do mixing. So Jackson, one warning we always give folks is that whatever you see from me will be 100% diametrically opposed to pretty much everything else you hear from everybody else. Because we have a little bit of a different approach here. As you can probably tell, right, Jackson? It's a little bit different than what some folks do. And again, this right here, let's see, 56 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, that's all. I'm just saying that within 1 hour, we've got ourselves a fair amount of stuff going on here already. Jackson, well, we just used the tears of our enemies. We were referring to those energy drinks, Jackson. Yeah, tears of the enemies. That's what we feast on now. We're gonna start to work in some lighter mid-tone. These are not highlights. Also, too, look at, see that darker paint on the end of the brush? It is mixing. You're also probably going to hear me say, Jackson, that the miniature itself is your canvas. Or sorry, is your palette, not the, it's your canvas and your palette. The actual palette is literally just a color storage device. Now, of course, Jackson, they're often, well, like anything, just like, what is that, Gok or whatever, the Klingon Gok or something like that. They're always best when served fresh and live. So, you know, like if you can just get them right there on site, that's when they have the most nutritional value. Obviously, preservatives always cut down on the nutritional value, right, of stuff like that, Jackson. So we have preservatives are never a good thing. You want to get those as fresh as possible. Direct from the source. More of our light there. We need ourselves a little bit of reflected light there. Also there. So Jackson, you'll be this is not all that much different than what you're going to be seeing in the class there, because, well, I mean, looky, I mean, it's a look at this, Jackson. You're getting yourself a sneaky preview right there. Oh well, now the upside of that is, oh, there you go. You'll be the assistant. There you go. Yes, you'll be the assistant instructor now that you've had part of the class already. Yeah, you're going to have to also help with the teaching of the class. There you go. As we like to say it here, you just earned yourself some homework. So you're going to want to study up for sure. Let me get the... Yeah, you don't have any paint on you. So see you later there, Doji. Again, happy Sunday, and well, we'll see you. We are going to be doing another Battlestar Galactica ship because, well, I have that printed out. We'll get that one prepped up. The Toron battleship. Yes, we have a Toron battleship ready to go. Jackson, one of the things we were talking about last night, we're working on what, those three figures there, but it's something I talk about all the time, even, again, when it's something that's a little bit more elaborate. Okay, here's the one we used as an example. And this is also another one of our tutorial series on the Patreon page right here. So this was a three-part series. Okay, and something like this, if this is for a contest or something, let's say you want to spend 40 hours painting it. If you spend 30 of those hours doing base coats and stuff that most people are never going to see, or if it takes you that long to get to the main event, well, you ain't going to have yourself a whole lot of time to do the nifty stuff. But what if you could get there in a couple of hours, right? What if you are, again, like here, right? We're pretty much, I mean, again, it's been 1 hour. Actually, I'm going to set her aside, and we're going to get to Adama over here, because this, right, that's looking a little bit less shiny, so we can get to that now. Yeah, Jackson, just imagine, just think about it. Right, you're all set and ready to rock and roll. Now, here again, look at that. See, that's even now. It's kind of like double mixing on the same thing. So we're actually getting a chance here to come back into this and take advantage of some of that glaze. So we're going back into here once again and getting a chance to do some more blending. However, it is crucial, and by crucial I mean it's absolutely vital, to have as little paint on the miniature as possible. Less is more. More is way too much. Now, Landris, did you get a chance to share your Blood Bowl team? I didn't get a chance to see in the chat there. But yeah, definitely share that Blood Bowl team, Landrast. Let me get, okay, here, a little bit of our lighter stuff working here. Well, lighter mid-tone. Lighter mid-tone. Like that. More here. That's going to be our dark, and that's actually going to, oh, there we go. Yeah, so less of the violet, little more touch of the regular blue here. That's our Prussian blue. We're going to get the Prussians involved. Very industrious, but very warlike color. Just as cobalt blue and cerulean blue, yeah. Still yet, well, they've made a few brief appearances on the palette. But since their resounding defeat at the hands of the Prussians, they have not really returned. Okay, now we'll leave that. Now let's see, this is starting to get more set here too. So again, if you wanted to spend 200 hours painting this bust, if you can get it to be mostly painted in 2 hours or an hour and a half or even 3 hours, all of the rest of your time is highly optimized. You got yourself a whole bunch of time to do whatever fancy schmancy stuff you wants to do. Looky there. Yeah, that's an indication that we need to go back to said palette, refresh that brush a little bit. And look at this, we're even going to mix some of this into the skin tone. Look at that, you can see that on the brush right there. And of course, using our craft brushes like always. Why pay $5 for a brush when you can pay 25 cents? And it'll last longer. It'll actually be more reliable. Look at that. So we refresh the brush again, like we do. Now let's start to chip away and start carving some later stuff on said Adama here. Let's get maybe some of you in there and some of that. Maybe we can go smidge a little lighter with this. Get me more of that in there. Let's try this little mix right here. Like so. Gonna have to get a little. Oh, yeah, we're gonna get a bunch of gray here too. On 5 o'clock shadow, no doubt. See that darker stuff on the brush? We go back, we refresh that brush. Eh, we want to get some reflected light there, but we want that to have more of our greenish gray to it. So we won't do a whole bunch of that in that section there. Get this rocking and rolling. Yeah, no, let's go with this. Let's go with this. Now we're talking. It happens quick. As the weeping angel says, don't blink. If you blink, you will most certainly miss something. Where the heck is that? Hiding. There we go. I'm gonna maybe try this little dude here, just to give me a hand. Down in here. Okay, I'm gonna start picking out some lighter stuff, mid-tone stuff, and then we're gonna be putting some more shadowy things in there too. We generally like to think of working from the middle and going out from there. There's my light here. Definitely go catch a bunch of light there, and also that lower lip. Maybe a little more thinner, and of course, consistency is going to make a difference. Thicker paint will stick to the thinner paint, and also vice versa. Gotta be constantly aware of that. Doesn't have to be a massive difference. It could just be a little bit thinner. Goes a long way to make something have a little bit more adhesion. And you can see, look, we're doing the mixing stuff. Look at that. You can see it is mixing with all the stuff that is there. Look at that. It is clearly mixing with what's on the surface because, well, that color's nowhere near as light as it was, right, when we first started to do that. And now also too, with that class, we want it to be as hands-on as possible. You know, if we paint the whole bust, you paint the whole bust. If you don't paint the whole bust, you don't paint the whole bust. It's the whole, because you're getting that video. of painting the whole bust and also the file. You can print the bust and then try to paint it again after the fact. So we're trying to. It's not just like, okay, a class for just that, for whatever hours it is that we're together. It's supposed to be for way beyond that. It's supposed to set you up for, well, the future. Let me line up a little bit more of this here. And again, for the folks going to Adepticon, well, I know now it's what, 11 hours? Not even. It's not even 11 hours away. Oh, and Armored Wolf, if you need to, you know, dive out to get some shut eye or something like that, so that you're all, ready to go for that, please go ahead and do that. Get me there. We go. Get some light up there. Touch more light here. Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see a surface tension. Also, guess what? Another oil painter in the stream surface. Why don't you share some of the fabulous 10 mil stuff that you've been doing with the oils? So great to see there, surface tension. Surface tension. We had some really hilarious. There's a whole bunch of stuff with the Welsh Atlantic Space Agency with WISA. Yeah, we had a whole bunch of. I forget, there was a bunch of. Oh yeah, that's. Now I was gonna be hooking spy satellites. Kind of piggybacking those onto the Welsh Atlantic Space Agency's anti-death orb shield. The problem is, it doesn't. It has a very limited coverage, right? Surface tension. Yeah, it has a very, very limited coverage for as far as at least spy satellites go. Wouldn't you say, surface tension? Yeah, it needs a little, maybe needs a little bit work as far as using it as a spy satellite network. Is nice there. Yeah. Let's get some light up here too. Gotta get some up there. Maybe a little more. Now, and surface tension here is here's the Boltar. Like this. I know you didn't quite get to see the end of that. That's how that turned out. Well, hopefully the Death Orb shield is relatively functional at this point. Surface tension. See how that's getting less shiny right there? Same deal here again. Where it's got the shiny stuff going, that's where it's not set. And you're going to hear me mention that an awful lot in the class. If it's the paint is set or not, think of it as something like green stuff. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. And everybody please, again, check that out. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there by Surface Tension. Go check that out. Once again, we are going to rely on the ability to do the blendy stuff here. Because, well, reasons. There we go. And what, we're 1 hour, 13 minutes in. Yeah, that 1 hour, 13 minutes ago, this had Zippo in terms of paint. They looked exactly like this because I primed them all at once. Oh, actually, here's surface tension. Look at the, there's the autocorrect monster with his primer on there. So I'm pretty happy with how he worked out. Let me do that here. Nice. Let me do this. try this here. A little bit lighter up there. Good enough. And no, that's still our blue. That is still our gotta be our more Prussian blue there. This is almost got a little hint of violet to it. And again, all the shininess that you might be seeing here, that dissipates as you go along. Now, you're going to see way more of the shiny stuff because we were doing all the glazy things earlier. That just kind of goes away. Now, there we got some of the heavier stuff. We will take our micro blending brushy there and just boom. All gone. Surface tension... I still also, actually, surface tension right now. I am printing out the that Golden King of Abrakan figure. So this guy right here, where the heck is he? Golden King. He is. Oh, he's actually up here. 1 second. Now, there we go. So basically, that miniature is what is printing right now. Hopefully, if I'm painting it on stream, surface tension, you will know that the test print was a success. If not, not so much. So this is one of our classic examples here, and this is also on the, probably on the YouTube channel also. We took some of that fabulous cobalt teal bluish, and we put a magenta over here. We took a third brush that had no paint on it and just blended those two together in less than 30 seconds. And that is how most of all of these transitions were done. No layers, no mixing paint, none of that kind of stuff. Chunks and paint there, chunks and paint there. Grab a third brush and mix those guys together. I mean, you can choose to spend countless hours guessing at what colors to blend together, at what ratio, whatever, or you could just say, here, I'm going to just plop this here, plop this over here, and we'll push them together. It's like rugby. It's paint rugby there, surface tension. Yeah, it's a paint scrum. It is paint rugby. Let me see this. Fine, we'll just use you as another little blending brush action right there. I'm gonna do that first. Let me grab this one here. We do need to start thinking about this sort of stuff here. More of the umbar. Respect the umbar, right? Surface tension. Get you in there. Well, looky here. We're just going to take that and we're just going to pull that out this way. Why fool around with a whole bunch of weathering, right? Or a whole bunch of layers, right? Surface tension. Thank you so much. A little bit of citrus. Yeah, that's not like an unclean cup or something like that. That's one of our medicine there. That's actually some citrus, a little bit of pulp right there. Needless to say, I didn't know that was the case. And there was one stream I looked over there. I'm like, what is all that stuff floating in there? I thought I actually got something. I got something weird in there, or whatever. Oh no, that's supposed to be in there. Yeah, that's actually some orange pulp in there. It's like, okay. Guess I'll remember that for next time. After I dumped it all out. Now, again, these don't have to be completely dark here, but I'm just going to do this. It's going to make me easier to see where they begin and end. Well, surface tension, the only way to break the dishwasher is to break both of my arms. Because that's the dishwasher. Yeah. That is the only dishwasher in the house. Let's put it this way. Yeah, it's the one kind of dishwasher that probably doesn't break, right? Surface tension. Now I don't mind that a little bit of our kind of grayish stuff got in there either. Whatever, don't care. But now we're starting to be able to see a little something something there in the and through the glasses. We need to get this a little later up here too. There we go. We're getting there. Take that down a little bit. Technically, surface tension, there is a dishwasher here, like as a mechanical dishwasher. It's like a little tiny one that college kids would use in a dorm because, well, first of all, there's nowhere to put a dishwasher. I mean, seriously, there's nowhere for it. there's there is zero space for it. You would have to tear apart your kitchen to make room for a dishwasher. I got that when Kathy was sick because I wanted to see if I could like really clean the dishes super well because it also like heated the dishes too apparently to dry them. And obviously under normal circumstances you're like a little bit of something that's good for the immune system. When you're in that situation, a little bit of something not the best for the immune system. There we go. Well, Landress, of course, you don't want to leave somebody. It could be difficult to maintain prostate health that way. Then Landress. Ooh, there we go. That's good. We got to get that little bit of light right there. There we are. Now more of the Painsy Gray. More of the Paynes Gray in here. And maybe more thinner. Or we just kind of retreat to another area or the other bust. But I think we're getting there now. We're getting this figured out. And I'm not going to be fooling around with this much at all because as you can see, I'm hitting that with my fingers. So no point in fooling around with that right now. Now, you certainly have to have those land drafts. You gotta have those. Now, I'm gonna take here. This here red. A little bit of the umbar. Prussian blue. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's what we're doing. A little bit of the Prussian blue. A little bit of the Mars red / Indian red. Come on. No more of that. We're going to get that nice and dark there. Starts to make those stand out a little bit more. Nose, his schnoz certainly is going to need some more shadows here. Also, more darks down in those recesses. Surface tension. I was telling Cam earlier in the stream there. We were gonna call it ultra oxide or something like that. Surface tension. We were gonna take Terra Rosa, aka your oxide, and the chromium oxide green. We're going to mix those together, and it was going to be ultra oxide, or the ultimate oxide. One of those two, surface tension. Yeah, it's either going to be the ultimate oxide or hyper oxide. It's going to be something like that. Now that's got even a little bit more greeniness to it. Little more greeniness, and that's going to go again in some of our areas here. We definitely need some of that. A little bit over there. Whoops, wrong place. Gonna get some of that over here. There we go. That's what we needed. And again, everybody please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension shared, because that's more oil painted goodness. It's funny, Surface Tension, after what we were talking about with the different scales on the nativity scenes. Now I'm almost bound and determined to try and create something that I could print out like in 10 mil, so that I could just have a little micro nativity scene or something like that. That's the kind of thing that you could give somebody, right? Surface tension. I know we've got our one that's just got the three, the big three and stuff like that. That's a nice thing to give to folks, but I don't know, it'd be kind of nifty, like an entire complete package, right? But in 10 mil. Let me get this going here. Same deal here. Yeah, look at that. See, we got ourselves some green happening there because, reasons. And then we'll be doing, again, a similar thing here. So we're going to set him off to the side, right? Set him off to the side. Don't be a hasty hobbit. It's, yeah, it's all measured in microns at that point, right? Surface tension. Okay, that is not helpful. Let me get that back. There we go. I'm going to use me some of that same greenish stuff in a few areas here. What about you as a blending brush? We're just going to do a little bit of tap, tap, tap. That is all. Just a little bit of that. Now, let's try to bring in a little bit of emphasis here. Blammo. Like you do, and then we'll come back with some of our lighter stuff as well. Where's me brown here? We're going to use some of this. Or some eyebrow action. Let's get a little bit of our, oh, look at that, some pretty crimson. Jackson, there's it definitely, it takes a different mindset. You pretty much have to take all the acrylic stuff and just sort of set that aside while you're working with these. Because, acrylic stuff does really well with acrylic stuff. We don't want to try to superimpose acrylic stuff onto oils because, well, then we're just not maximizing the efficiency, right? Surface tension. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Happy Sunday, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you were lurky there before, but you know how I was talking about how I wanted a bust that would be perfectly symmetrical and have nothing but armor, and I could split it down the middle to do the halvesies? Check this out, Grand Oracle. This is the bust. I'm looking at it going, it is perfectly symmetrical. It's all armor, even the plinth. Even the plinth is metal there, Grand Oracle. So, yeah, I went the entire stream last night, Grand Oracle, and didn't think of that. Not a single time did I think, oh, you know what? Maybe that's what I should do. So, yep, Grand Oracle, that is, it's, again, better late than never. Better late than never. At least I realized it in time. Okay, so now we're starting to get some of that. Now let me take this one here. We are going to get some of our Terra Rosa. Mix that with our little bit of violet there. And now we're going to try to reclaim a little. Here we are. Let's do that. So a little bit less of the super light stuff there. A a bit less of it there. We're going to extend that out. See, now I can take this and we'll just do a little bit of blurry stuff right there. Because, we can do that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm looking at that thing going, I was going to do a tutorial on it anyway. And I just looked at it and said, well, yeah, why am I going to sit there and sculpt like a dwarf or something like that in Eldritch Foundry, which I can still do. I mean, we'll still do that later. But since I literally have it printed out and ready to go, it's literally primed and everything, I said, yeah, you know what, how about we just use this for that tutorial vid. And again, the Patreon page, you sign up for that. Well, you better you better have some snacks handy because you've got yourself thousands of hours. And I'm not joking. We're not joking about that. It is literally, somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,700 hours worth of tutorial videos that you're going to get to see. So, yeah, you think Adepticon is going to be rough there, Jackson? Try working your way through all of the Patreon tutorials. I believe it was years ago, we calculated it was going to take something like 82 point something days if you just never turned them off. If you just watched them consecutive, no bathroom breaks, no food, no sleep, no nothing, it would still take you 80 something days to watch them all. Now you can see a little even more juicy tones here. Let's get a bit of our redishness there. Into the shoulder. Look at all these very delicate, precise brush strokes here, Sector X. Look at this. Super delicate. Yeah, right, Grand Oracle? Now I'm going to get me some of this here almost greenish type color because that might be reflecting maybe the plinth. Yeah, so that's why that's going to have a little bit more of the greenish in it. You are what you wear, or you are what is around you. You are your surroundings. Let me grab this, plus some of this. And then we'll just have to leave that alone too. We're just going to have to move on to another area. I think we can finally get to this too. And you can see how many times we clean the brushes. We clean them so often, don't we? I mean, yes. It's practically like after every brush stroke we clean the brush, or not. Maybe not so much. Only a Maiar, right, Jackson, could probably take them all in. Now, actually, Grand Oracle, I didn't get a chance to ask you if if there was a whole bunch of scout stuff or swimming stuff to take care of this weekend. Also, too, hopefully there's no flu going around there, because 'tis the season, right, Grand Oracle? And I know that earlier, wasn't it about 3 weeks ago or so? There was a little bit of something going around. Now this is going to have some thinner in it, because of that whole consistency difference we were talking about not too long ago. And here. He's nice. Nothing going on there. Okay, so now we're starting to get a little bit, again, of our red in there. We are going to try and drop in here. So what do I see? We're still basically an hour and a half in. That's it. Hey there, TBW, how you doing? Welcome back, TBW. Actually, Tiny Big Wars, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, just like last night, go on ahead, do that. Hey there, Golroth. Yeah, Golroth. I mean, they can. Just because sometimes I guess people, they kind of feel only comfortable with, what they've used all the time. Now, of course, you know what I should do, Golroth? I should just hand everybody at the start of the thing just these. Every brush is just going to be like this. This is literally what everybody's going to have. They're just going to have one of these, exactly like this. And then actually, Armored Wolf is going to be taping the reaction. Yeah, he's going to be filming the people's reactions to that because boy, that would be really hilarious. Yeah, Go Roth, we love our we love our fancy schmancy here, don't we? Right, right, Go Roth. So how you doing? Happy holidays there, Go Roth, and Happy New Year too. So Jackson, I mean, if you got yourself, oh, here you go. If you have a whole bunch of Princeton 18-0 liner brushes, you can bring those because you can never have too many of those, right, Grand Oracle? That's why we hunt them down on Dick Blick and hoard them whenever we can find them. That's fantastic, Tiny Big Wars. Oh, speaking of King of the Day, yeah, here's our latest Army showcase video. Let me make sure I got the right thing here. One second here. Just gonna do that. We got that. We have this, and that should be it right there. Yes, that should be our newest Army showcase video right there. That opening scene in the video, those figures that you see, those were done in one of the very first Army painting series. We're talking like Army Painting Series 4. I'm about to finish Army Painting Series 48. Yeah, that's insane, right, Grand Oracle? What was the ones, Grand Oracle, that we're all fighting over initially back in the short supply days in 2021 and such? I don't think it was these. Actually, that's how we kind of stumbled on these, right, Grand Oracle? Was because of supply chain issues. You know what? Let me scare up my references here. Almost forgot to do that. There we go. A little more bluish. A little more blue. Let's try this. In here. Like we do. So yeah, Jack said the whole point of the class there is really just kind of introduce people to again the idea of using the oils and how and how they differ from well pretty much everything else most folks have used who haven't used the oils yet. A little bit of our light there. Back to some of our dark here. Nice to see you there, Ingunes. Everybody, please give Ingunes a follow. And of course, like always, Ingunes, why don't you share some fabulous stuffs there in the chat? Ingunes also does the oil painting on the miniatures. Welcome back there, Marguerite. Welcome back. As promised, we are painting a couple of our Galactica theme busts. And 1 hour 39 minutes ago, well, they look like Starbuck here. That's exactly what they looked like. So again, everybody check out that link, that Instagram link there that Nganes just shared, and everybody please give Nganes a follow too. And of course, Marguerite, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, again, Tiny Big Wars, you want to share stuff there, please go ahead and do that. I wasn't, gee whiz, I could swear at Grand Oracle that you have another. You're not like hosting another big game like the one Napoleonic that you did, but I could swear you've got some, you got something on the horizon there. And yeah, well, now we are just nine. Well, we're not even 9.5. We're like a 9 hours, 23 minutes away from the Adepticon sign up. Yeah, Tatley, there is a lot of stuff there. Now I got Kathy and I. Let's see, our first Adepticon was 2007. And in 2007, I don't even know if there was 500 people there. I do believe it was more like 11,000 last year, or 12,000, something in that neighborhood. Some people didn't even arrive till like Friday night or something like that to just get their badges. Now it basically begins 2 months in advance. It's like a 3 month long convention. It starts tomorrow. It feels like it, anyways. It used to just be a little bit of Friday, Saturday, and then some of Sunday, and then it's kind of there's official programming Wednesday afternoon, which is just insane. Well, Tatley, it's a little bit easier to get around. It is a it's let's put it this way, Tatley. There's a lot of bodies and lots of people dragging around a lot of miniatures here. So again, now you see we're starting to pick out some of the lighter stuff. We went kind of mid-tone, we went a little bit darker. Now we are starting to work our way back towards stuff that is lighter. Again, but you've got, there's several, just even some of the tournaments have 300-400 people in them, maybe more. Some of them might have like 500 people in them, I don't know. That's just the tournaments. Then you also have your Golden Demon stuff and all that going on. More of our light up in here, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get some of that down over here. So again, great to see you there, Ingones. Means you this. So Grand Oracle, yeah, I've got a. I wasn't able to do many test prints before the stream started, but I at least have the Rosalind bust and then two different versions of the Golden King of Abrakan. Though in Grand Oracle, I realized that at least for most of these, I can just slice them here, print out this part separate, hollow, because I was asking Armored Wolf, I'm like, Armored Wolf, am I wrong to think that most Nerixon bust is the bust and the plinth are separate? Oh, and the plinth is hollowed? And Armored Wolf is like, yeah, you've only printed out like 12 of those or more. So Tatley, the one thing I wish I could go to is it's Articon. Yeah, Tatley, because Articon, that's a really big Lord of the Rings. I think it's a big tournament there too at Articon. I know there's a couple of other ones. I don't remember if Articon is in NSW or if that's in Queensies or something like. I forget where Articon is. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It's like so. Yeah, well, again, I was just so intent on trying to get these things, ready to go. Now let's start to also do this. I'm going to get this going here because that is actually going to be a bit on the glowy side. Also, this here too. So we're just going to lighten this up for starters. Come on. Not necessarily a pin line wash. It could be. And that's the other difference with the oils, right? Even a pin line wash of the oils is just going to cover as if you just painted it on there. So it's Ardacon, A-R-D-A con, because obviously Middle Earth is actually that Middle Earth is just one continent. Arda is actually the planet, so it'd be kind of like saying, okay, Europe. Europe is a continent, and of course Middle Earth is basically Europe, but there's the whole rest of the world, and that's what Ardacon refers to, and it's A-R-D-A. Now, there you go. Thanks, Gora. I know that like Jacob Lucas and Zorpazorp, I think they're big attendees there of Articon. Oh, that's right. Jacob Lucas he's just about to put out the stuff for whatchamacallit there, Erebor. That's right. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. That is not it. Ah, okay, that's how that goes. Sort of. We'll just have it go down to there and then stop. Okay, that's good. I'll do this back here now. Goroth, that was what I would like to be able to get into Goroth, but I can't because it's a 2-day event, right? Unfortunately, I got the Friday class, so there's no way I could do that. So yeah, and of course Goroth, you know where it was. I don't know if it's going to be in the same place, but it literally was right in front of the Fort Wapple. I mean, I'm not kidding. It was literally I could hear the music of the Shire coming out of the tournament room because reasons. So yeah, there will never be a tournament for me. That's just I kind of gave up on those a long time ago. I was like, there's no way I can ever do one. If it was maybe a 1-day tournament, possibly, but any of these 2-day ones, nope, not possible. All right, so now we've got ourselves a little bit of that eventually is going to be red, but we're just going to let that have a chance to set now. Now, I think we should do that. I think we should do it, surface tension. I like the sound of that. I'd go for it. There you go. Gonna hit this again now. Let's see if we can't maybe get some a little bit of rougey stuff going on here. Not too much. Just a little hint of that, and now we definitely need some out here. In a few little places. Now here, going to take our Perline Crimson. Like this. Now we're back to some dry brushy stuff again. However, it's mixing. It's the wettest dry brush ever. Blammo. And again, we'll be getting our way back over to Adama over here. In fact, we might just do that because we want that to have a chance to set. So we'll leave that one be, and we're going to get back over to this here. Let's get rocking and rolling on this. Yeah, we're still waiting for some of these shiny things to kind of have again, a little bit of a, whoops, that is not what I was looking for. Okay, I'm going to have to bring up that reference again. 1 second. There we go. There. Now I can see what I'm looking at. Okay. Oh, you know what I could do? I'm going to do this. Let me do this super quick here. We're going to take some of the umber and some of this. We will break that down here very quickly. A little bit, just tiny bit of, not a lot of it, but a little bit of weathering is going to happen here. Again, not a ton, just a little bit of something there. And it might just be time. I think we can do this now. 1 second, a little bit more of this. In there. Up there. And then we'll fool around with this. Let me see what we can do with this here. We'll do a little bit of our, because, you know, I got to have the hazard stripes, right? Surface tension. It's just like skulls on bases. Anything sci-fi, it's a contractual thing. You must have caution stripes on all things that are sci-fi. Again, I don't know exactly what the legal code is, but it is part of the legal code. You must have it there. Margaret, actually, it's the very same thing. It is the very same thing, and I can show you. Here it is. So this is Sculpey and also a little bit of epoxy sculpt. And same oil paints, same Stynylrez primer or one-shot primer like we were talking about last night. So yeah, we sculpted this and painted this on stream. Again, that's Sculpey and epoxy sculpt combined on that. And yep, also even, okay, here you go on our, let me scroll up here. Okay, there we are. Here's our, so that building, we actually made that on stream. We built that, and then we painted it with the oils. So that is that very, again, this is a whole bunch of different materials there. Primed that and then painted it with the oil paints. Yes, it's a surprising, very surprising, wouldn't you say, their surface tension? So again, we're just going to chunk in some of this because reasons. Ooh, look at how some of that has dropped. But see how that's mixing there? It's basically, for all intents and purposes, it's pre-shading our freehand. All right, then we'll leave the rest of that alone. No more fooling around with that. We need some of this over here. That's why I thought about doing that, because I knew I needed this up here on some of these elements. So I'm like, all right, fine. I'm doing that anyways. Let me just drop that down there. Get these guys. We got trims to do. Yeah. Again, you have to have skulls on bases. Right, where's our okay, yeah, our King of the Dead, skulls on the base. Dark Queen Schmaladriel, skulls on the base. Where's the mouth of Sauron? Skulls on the base. Again, it's we have to always adhere to all legal obligations here. Now we're gonna get ourselves a little bit of this. Get on some of the trim there. No, not down there. So just down here. And this is the last part where we at least need to get that going. See you in a bit there, surface tension. See you in a bit. Have a good stroll with the hound. Some more of our light here. This is some of the same stuff we were using on Six's hair. Oh, speaking of which, actually at Grand Orc, I was trying to make test files of two of the flats for Six with the Maker World version, so the more bas relief type version of it. It's just for whatever reason, yeah, the Windows version of the 3D stuff, that just for whatever reason it was not cooperating, doing the repair things on those. So then I brought him in the Cheeto box, and I was going to do the repair thing there like I've done before, and it all went wacky. I don't know what the heck was going on there. So I'm like, okay, we'll just have to wait till after the stream to do this then. Well, now we're almost not. Let's see, be 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, we're almost down to 10 hours from Adepticon sign up. It's going to be a long, long night tonight. I do believe we're looking at another one of our legendary all-night affairs. Everybody check out that Bushido that Tiny Big Wars posted. Actually, at Tiny Big Wars, a friend of mine, he was moving like literally almost overnight, and he's like, "Here, take these Bushido figures, or they're just going in the garbage." I mean, literally, that's what they were doing. Like, if you don't take this, it's going in the garbage because we can't take it with us, and we don't care. So I do have. There's somewhere in the house. There are some Bushido figures there, Tiny Big Wars, and he really loved Bushido figs. So everybody, check out that link that Tiny Big Wars just posted. Again, some fabulous Bushido figures. I'm trying to lighten you up a bit more here. Now, are they all? They're all still metal? I think Tiny Big Wars, or are they now resin or something? I don't remember. I kind of I never actually got a chance to paint those, so I'm a little bit shy on my knowledge there of the Bushido figs. I know that the ones I have are all metal. That I can confirm. I think I got maybe 12 of them or 13 of them or so. I'm just going to take that and do a little bit of blending stuff on that. Let's get him some, some wrinkle type things going on here. The side of his head a little more light, maybe on some of the cheekbones and stuff. Yeah, we'll have to make that a little lighter up there too. Oh, I could see that. I could see that, Tiny Big Wars. Take some of this. We're going to try to get all the way in there. Also in here. I need a little bit more of Artura Rosa. Maybe even some of the yellow in there too. Yeah, yeah. See you later there, Jackson. Ooh, that's pretty fantastic, Tiny Big Wars. So thank you so much, Jackson, for being here. Like always, great to see you. And well, oh, best of luck in advance on surviving all those hours of classes there. And again, appreciate if you're gonna also join in on the fun there on that Friday afternoon, because again, that's the only live class that I'll be doing of any sort, like in-person class. That's the only place you're going to get any of that. And that will be at Adepticon, and the sign up is again just well now hours away. Just getting closer and closer and closer. We get some of this going in here. I might give me more of my. Where's my green here? With some of that. Is that? It's almost right. I need a little bit lighter. Let me try that. Well, that might be too light, but let's find out. Yeah, let's get this other nostril here with some light on it too. This, yeah, we gotta get this side too. Oh, let me sneak some more of this right there under where the glasses are. Oh yeah, we gotta get this a whole bunch lighter too. And then we'll make the upper lip darker too. First, let me catch some of that. Push that light up further. Yeah, really trying to get some of that aging going on there. So yeah, that's gotta be a really fun. Now, Tiny Big Wars. I wasn't sure if you've also made some terrain for that, or if you've gone the 3D printing route. Because man, there is actually I have tons of fantastic terrain. Obviously, I'm using it for my Easterlings, but yeah, I've got literally dozens of fantastic files that would be just perfect for that. Where's my Easterling terrain here? Whoops, I think I already went past it. There we go. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've painted a bunch of it on the streams here too. Well, yeah, that's I can't remember. It's not Torita. It's I can never remember the name. It's kind of a weird, unusual name that has absolutely nothing to do with what they do. I wish I could remember what it was. Valfera, I think I sent you. I think I sent you some pictures. Actually, Valfera, did I send you the video of Good, Better, Best? There were fireworks, Valfera, of all kinds. Yes, indeed. Valfera, that was literally the biggest comeback in team history. And the team is only the first team ever in the NFL. So they go back to 1919. So that is well over 100 years. And actually, I think I sent you the picture there, Velfair, of poor Tom Grassi. He was so devastated, Valfera, that he had 49,000 people in his stream, and he's just sitting there in silence with his head in his hands. There was, again, just like the other time, there was people donating and all this other kind of stuff, and he did not care. Yeah, Valfera, I'll send you the video of again. Well, actually, it'll be all over Facebook. Very, if it's not already on Facebook. And the crazy thing, Valfera, is that they did all that with no turnovers and no onside kick, and they still had a timeout left, Valfera. They ended the game with a timeout left. They somehow managed to come from all those points down with no turnovers, no kickoff returns, no punt returns. They still had their one of their timeouts left. Green Bay had no timeouts. Now, Valfera, was there any? Well, let's put it this way. Where is he? Maybe Green Bay should not have gold as one of their colors. So I'm guessing, Valfera, that there was some of that involved. Yeah, Valfera, was 21-3 at halftime. It was 21-6. Well, like at the end of the third quarter, and then even after the Bears scored to make it 21-16, Green Bay just marched down the field and scored, but then missed an extra point, then missed another field goal. And they missed that field goal because they had a false start penalty. I mean, they were, let's put it this way, Valfera. The Bears were doing their best Oregon Ducks impersonation the entire first half. It was like that. And now, of course, that's the last playoff game I'm going to get to see because that was on Amazon. So all the other stuff, well, we'll just have to see it via the guys doing the watch parties. Valfera, he was. Remember, our Fansville commercial with the hot seat. He was already. They actually brought in another kicker, Valfera, during the season. They actually did bring. He was doing so poorly. He missed tons of kicks. I have no idea why they just stuck with him. He doesn't have. He's not. Well, let's put it. The very few people are Brandon Aubrey. There's only one Brandon Aubrey in the league, and that's, well, Brandon Aubrey. So Valfera, yeah, I'll send you again. I'll send you the good, better, best. But I mean, all you have to do, Valfera, you could probably see it right now. Just Google, Bears locker room post game. You'll see good, better, best. Let me get some of the Torker stuff back into the here now. There we go. Let me do this. And what was interesting, Valfair, is even like Micah Parsley, I guess he was tweeting out after the third quarter. He said, you can't let up because these guys, you know what they can do. Don't let up, don't let up. And, well, they let up for sure in a massive way. So Margaret, the last, let's put it this way, the last time something like this happened here was, well, more like 1986. Yeah, it's basically the anniversary of the 1986 Super Bowl championship team, and they've been, I mean, they actually have been to the Super Bowl once since then, but the last time they even sniffed the playoffs was basically 2018. Now Valkyria is a little bit of that, the crazy warm stuff going on there, because again, as warm as it was here, it was super toasty down there. Well, let's put it this way, Margaret. The ups and downs that you experienced in the Ravens game. That's oof, this was every bit as painful. Oh yeah, this is every bit as painful as what the Ravens fans are going through. But I mean, think of yeah, think of it, Margaret. Neither the Steelers or the Bears were supposed to be in these positions at all. People actually, it's funny, Margaret. People kept saying that Tomlin he was going to be fired. They basically were already putting nameplates of his in the Giants locker room. Now it's going to turn out to probably be John Harbaugh. How's about that? Talk about this entire season has been absolute, just like total turnabouts here. It has been upside down world. Is that might be a little bit too much of the Prussian blue? That's okay. Sorry about that, Valfira. Actually, it doesn't have anything to do with the gravitational challenge of the other day, does it? Oh gosh, was that Monday, Valfira, that there was a little bit of a gravitational incident there? So there was a mustard incident then. That's what you're saying, right, Valfira? I mean, Margaret, when you think about, obviously you had the incident, right? Gosh, was that in Indianapolis? Yeah, that was in Indianapolis, and people are thinking, okay, that's it, they're done. This is the Ravens' time now. Well, Valfira, okay. I mean, little consolation, but does it kind of where you're like, okay, this is what caused it, instead of kind of, like, what was going on here? Hopefully, if anything, there's a little solace and you kind of got it sussed out what happened. Actually, Margaret, you don't have to do that. Well, there is another way. If you go on YouTube, there are several folks like, okay, imagine instead of me painting here, I've got the game on, and I'm literally just announcing what I see on the game. You can't see it, but I can. And obviously you can talk about the game. You can't show it, but you can talk about it, and that's what these guys do. Now, of course, there's one guy that I do this with, Margaret, in all the commercial breaks. So instead of seeing stupid commercials, he used to be a history teacher. So he talks about, well, one of my favorite periods of history lately to study, which is the interwar years. So he talks about, you got your Weimar Republic, changes in culture, changes in art, changes in technology. Actually, hey, Velfira, since it happened, we don't even need the animation anymore, Velfira. So that's a nice keyboard you got there. Be a shame if something was to happen to it. Yeah, go ahead and try and type on that thing. See what happens. Wow, that puppet show is never going to get old, Velfira. I actually got a new place for him. I actually pushed some other figures aside so he had his own spot. So yeah, again, sorry, Velfira, but again, I'm kind of glad that you were able to suss out like, yeah, all right, this is what went sideways here. Quite literally, right, Velfira? It literally went sideways. Now I'm gonna try and get me. Well, that is a little bit too much chunkage on there. We gotta get rid of some of that chunkage. So well, let's see. We are now 9 hours and 48 minutes away from Adepticon. Sign up. We are just 9 hours and 48 minutes away. Holy smokes. Crazy to think that. I actually tried to do that, Valfira. That was supposed to, remember I said a while back that's what the animation was supposed to be, but it just didn't do that. Yeah, I tried to make that animation. I tried everything several times, and well, now maybe the new method of doing the prompts would make that possible, but yeah, unfortunately couldn't make that happen. Let me do some right here. No, not too light there. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's starting to work out. I'm gonna try here to get me a little bit of the now a few touches of some red in here. And of course, Valfira, we were talking about the for the last what 3 streams now about making a specialty bust for the new halves and half, you know, TMM versus non-metallic bust there. Well, I already had one. It was sitting in my hand, Valfira. It literally was in my hand. I'm like, oh yeah, that's symmetrical. That's all metal. Even the plinth is metal. And of course, the other thing, Valfira, I realized that what I need to do is just cut these and be like Nerixon, right? The bust is one print, the plinth is another, and that way the plinth can be hollowed out very easily. But of course, Velfair, I was too hasty and stupid to figure that out. Well, better late than never. It's not like I printed out all of them as test prints. And these are, again, these are just test prints here. I've got at least 2 other versions of him. I've got 3 other versions of Six, and I've got even another version of Laura Rosalind that I will be printing out. Well, 2 other versions of that one, too. We need to get more of our light in there. Now, Valfira, I think you must have heard in one of the streams over the course of the years, you must have heard me tell you the story of my watercolor teacher who he just did not paint portraits. That just was not his thing. And since I was the smarty pants that basically set up a life drawing class or life painting class or whatever within his class, huge surprise, right, Velfira? He said, okay, fine. Now you're going to have to pose and I'm going to paint you. And I still have that to this day, Velfira, and it sort of looks like my second cousin, twice removed. It sort of looks again like somebody maybe cosplaying me or something, but it is most definitely not me. So yeah, that was kind of an interesting thing. He could not make that happen. Even oh come on, even let me get this over here. There we go. Even my oil paint teacher likenesses just were not his thing. He could paint a fantastic portrait, it just wouldn't look like you. Again, it would look sort of like you, kind of like you, but not really like you. So yeah, and oh yeah, here we go. This is so there's our Starbuck right there. It can be kind of weird, right, Velfira, when it's like quasi them, but not really them. Yeah, that can get a little weird, a little freaky. Now I'm not gonna do the lights in the eyes or anything like that. Not yet. We gotta. Well, actually, geez, it's 2 hours 20 minutes. We're not that far from breaking out the old fast matte white. Definitely not a twin, Tiny Big Wars. Again, not even like a second cousin twice removed. It had the same clothes as me, had the same mustache as me, but it most definitely was not me. Oh, this should be interesting here, Velfair. It should be interesting because again we got kind of two different blues going on there, but we also have different grays happening. And of course, even here on some of our skin tones, right? All the greenish grays should disappear. Yeah, all of a sudden, his face does not look. All of a sudden, there's like not that much shading there, right? Because again, a lot of what's going on here, we have greens and violets and other reds and such, and all that goes away. But here, now look at some of the transitions here, just in his face when we bring this back. Now you can see again some of the rosiness there. We got some of the greenish grays, and we're going to go even heavier on some of those greenish grays. So, well, Velfair, again, sorry that it's turned into kind of a difficult weekend for you there. But yeah, for folks that, now again, this is how I have to also consume college football because, well, it's difficult when you also don't have a TV. That's also another minor impediment to being able to watch sports there is don't have a TV either. So, and don't have cable. And that's also, again, kind of a necessity if you want to be able to see those things. Now we're getting some lighter stuff here on the upper lip. Now, it took a while, right, Velfira, for the most dangerous condiment known to mankind to strike. Now we'll start to get some of our light in here, like you do. There. Now we gotta get some light back into the cheekbones. Up here. No, gotta go later. Now I might dive into the fast way a little bit soon. Well, again, we're getting closer to our hour 3, where that's where we generally bring that onto the palette. I was gonna say, Velfer, he was lurking in the shadows, like the autocorrect monster. Yes, he was lurking in the shadows there, just waiting. Waiting for us to drop our guard and then strike. Can't, yeah, this stuff here. So see you later there, Valfair. Again, I'll shoot you some messages. Again, with some of the very interesting stuff, but all I can say is, yeah, you might want to go ahead and do a little Google on good, better, best. You should be entertained by that. He did not take his shirt off this time, but still entertaining nonetheless. That needs to be later. Maybe not as light as that. Yeah, a little bit more of a red. There we go. I might also break out the our not black is black just to take care of these areas here under there. That's just going to be very distracting like that. So we'll probably break out again the not black is black and just hit those areas super quick. It'll only take a minute or two. But it'll also be another minute or two that's, some of this stuff can have a chance to set up. I wonder, is that too late in there? No, actually, that's not too bad. Not too shabby. Raise that up a little more, maybe a little bit lighter. A little lighter there. Maybe a bit more, yeah, a bit more light on the nostrils. Maybe also a little less shadowy stuff going on here on either side of the nose. I think this could get later too. Let me try this here. One sec. Let's go to that. Let's let this get later here. Still gonna make this later too. Alright, alright. Let's do this up here. More light right over the top of the eyes there. I'm just gonna, let me break out our fast mat way. Let me do that other stuff first. That other thing we were talking about, because that is going to be very helpful here. So I just need any old. Maybe we'll just use this guy for that. Yeah, this is not our blackest black. It's the precursor. I like using this first because it actually has, well, would you say, a little bit better adhesion to it, whereas the blackest black stuff, boy, that's super fragile. Now look at the difference this is gonna make. Bam. Look at, oh yeah, our bases on our Lord of the Rings gummy bears last night. It was the same deal. That made a significant difference. Look at that. I mean, that really here, and now our red's gonna look a little bit lighter too. At least it should. Yeah. See, even the red looks lighter now that we've done this. And again, ultimately, that's just going to be the true Oh, I think what is it called? Darth Max or Max Darth? Oh, Max Darth. That's what it's called. Wow, look at this. I mean, look at how much we say we're not using super dark primer. Again, remember last night, Margaret, we were doing I was talking about the ebony flesh Steiner res and how it seems pretty dark when you first put it on the figure like this. You'd say, well, gee, that's some pretty dark primer. You can see it's not that dark of a primer. So see you later there, Velfira. And again, sorry that it was another rough day there. Come on, let's pick that up here. Get that down under here. Now we'll do the same thing for Adama here, and then also break out our, again, the fast matte white. Now this will, you'll really see it here. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is, you really would think, yeah, that's some relatively dark brown. Well, now look at how light our blue is in comparison. That's why I wanted to do this now, because it was getting mighty confusing right there. I was like, is this light enough? Is this dark enough? Or is it too dark? I needed to be able to do this. And again, once finished with this, I'll hit that with the true blackest black. And it's so ultra matte that even this almost seems a bit shiny in comparison to the actual blackest black. Now, same deal here. Look at this. Look at that difference. Massive difference. And just think if we were using black primer, all that blue that we were looking at would have looked incredibly light by comparison. I was thinking that was almost too dark or whatever. No, again, it's all about the context here. Here we are. More of it. There, okay, so now we've got that taken care of. That really does help. Look at that. And obviously there's a little bit of reflection going on there because the paint is still fresh, but once that has a chance to dry there, boom, not gonna see any of that. Let me just real quick like here, just get that off of the brush there. Whoops. Okay, I think it's safe to put that over there. All right, we can do that. Let me see what I can also now do here, now that we've got this as, oh, actually, wait a minute. That's the other thing I can do. I can take a little bit of our lighter yellow on to our little caution stripes here. Let's do that. Because again, anything sci-fi legally must include caution stripes. Gotta do it. Well, then after this, we'll get the, I just realized we gotta get some of our darker stuff on said caution stripes here. We got the later stuff. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. And as we've been talking about, that Cylon bust there, that Silent Centurion, that is going to be a Patreon tutorial. And the idea is it's going to be an oil painting tutorial. And what we're going to do is half of that will be painted with our own homemade and basically oil paint there that is metallic. And then we're going to do, well, like here, we're going to be doing non-metallic here. Or we could just, I mean, we could take our metallic paint and go over the top of this too. I could do that. In fact, I'm kind of thinking about doing that. That could be fun. It wouldn't be terribly complicated. All I would have to do is add, where's my iridescent pearl white? There you go. This is the only thing I'd have to toss out on the palette. So why don't I leave that there as a reminder? Yeah, I think we're going to do that because that would be kind of fun. So, decision made. Now for the darker part of our stripes there. And then over we could even use some weathering powders on this too. I mean, we could go really full whole hog. I don't think we'll be using the weathering powders on it, but oh, dirty down. Now the thing is that we'd have to wait for this to dry before using the dirty down. Push that back a little bit so you kind of change the size of our stripes there too. And just getting the darker stuff going here. So if we're going, I might just chunk this out here right now before I forget. Now the thing is, once you start using this iridescent pearl white, you can't mix any more white in there because, well, guess what? It's not going to be metallic anymore, and you can. Do we use this one? Let me use one of our micro filberts here again. Let me do this super quick. We will take some of that iridescent pearl white. We will mix that with some of our Mars black. I'm looking for a place here on the palette. Some of that's going to go out here. Some of that on here. There too. Where are we at with this? Here we go. That is a much darker metal color, and you can make any color into basically a metallic. You take the iridescent pearl white and you mix it with some form of darker color. You're not mixing with anything that's got opaque white in it because, again, that is just going to cancel out any kind of metallic effect that you have. It does wipe it out completely. So yeah, you probably don't want to do that. Hey there, Unplugged. Great to see you again. Actually, Unplugged, if you want to share, if you got any kind of, Discord, Instapics, or something like that of that would be fantastic for folks to see that. Yeah, if you would like to share that, please go ahead. That would be super cool if you could. Yeah, just again, you got Insta, Discord, Facebook link, whatever there. Shoot that into the chat there. So glad that worked out so well for you there, Unplugged Painter. Let me do this. We'll do this. Doing this here. And this is not full on iridescent pearl white. Not yet anyways. So surface tension can confirm. I'm guessing there was no snow. Yeah, your sky shield probably didn't involve snow there. That was the other thing with the game is Oh, just a half an hour before game time, the entire field was white. That was basically a little snow squall thing that came through. I think you'll have a lot of fun with those again. I have somewhere, and they're actually printed already. I've got some 3D printed Death Korra Krieg. I think were they the Rough Riders? I think that's maybe what they called them, the cavalry there. It's just like liquid sunshine surface tension. That's liquid ice you got there. Yeah, you got yourself some liquid ice. So yeah, unplugged. I'm glad that the OSL stuff successful, and of course it's so much easier with the oils, right? I mean, we could technically kind of do that here, but I want to be able to roll with some of our reflected lights and reflected colors, and just uh, it's kind of fun to sometimes have both. Sometimes fun to have both things going on. Grab this. To get some of the much lighter metals in there. And then we'll come back the other way in some of our shadows now that we've that we're kind of committed to doing this method now. That's so death. Yeah, it was. Actually, there were Rough Riders. I think it wasn't the Death Corps of Krieg. It was just the Imperial Guard Cav. Yeah, unplugged. It wasn't. It was not Death Corps of Krieg because that was part of my Sisters of Battle army. Now I don't know if you can see them here. I don't. Oh, maybe I do. Let me. Where's my Sisters of Battle army here? Come on. Oh, there we. No, that's not them. This is them. So I don't know. Nope, nope. There's none in that picture. There's none in that picture. There's none in that picture. Well, you can't see them there. They are on the board. They're a little bit too small there. And they're not a little too small there too. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they're a little bit too small. I don't really have any other pictures of them. They're on the blog for sure, but otherwise, yeah, unfortunately, don't have. I thought maybe I had some easy to see pictures of them, but I guess not. So yeah, it wasn't Death Corps of Krieg. It was just regular Imperial Guard Rough Riders. All right, so now we gotta let that set. We gotta leave that all alone. Let us go back to doing some stuffs up here. Where we got? Oh, we still don't have my fast met white out here yet. Well, we'll do that again. I might run off to refresh the medicine super quick. And then we'll break out our fast matte white then. But no, we're going to try and get ourselves a little bit, not just highlights there. That's actually the hair color, right? Because he had this salt and pepper stuff going on. There. Need some of that liner. So right over here too. Unplugged, yeah, between the blog and the Instagram. And what's scary there, unplugged, is especially like the Instagram. We were talking about this just on the stream last night. At best, maybe 15% of all the painted stuff is on the Instagram. I don't even know if it's that much. It might represent as little as, say, 12% of what's actually painted ever really makes it to the Instagram there. Which it's always horrifying to realize that. Now I will be posting some pictures, just regular photos of the Army of the Dead, but there's no way to show like the full panoply of the figures and the terrain in just regular photos. So that's why we're doing these now. And again, that's basically every Army of the Dead figure I've ever painted pretty much is on that post there. And plus the most of that terrain that you're seeing is from Printing Goes Ever On, but some of it actually is Conquest Creations as far as the rocks go. Because I needed to kind of fill out the scene, and I filled out the scene with, I took some of the Conquest Creations rocks and printed those out differently. So I've got a variety of different storage things. It kind of depends on, okay, is this something that I need all the time? Is this something that I might almost never need? Or is this something that, again, stuff that's shown on stream that's always right here next to me, and, well, it's out in the open, so it's going to get dusty no matter what. Uh, some of the larger things, well, the terrain stuff, a lot of that is in large bins or in large cardboard boxes. Some of the miniatures are in stackable plastic storage things that are all magnetized. There's sheet metal on the bottom of them. And then other ones are stored if I know I might have to take them somewhere, or if I just need them more mobile. I have carrying cases also with all the magnetized miniatures in there. Those are the kind of things that end up going to conventions. But since the entire house is basically dedicated to this industry, there's miniatures in the kitchen, miniatures in the bedrooms, in the basement, in the garage. There's terrain in all those places too, pretty much. Because that's just, unfortunately, that's kind of how it goes. If this is what you're doing, you gotta find the space somewhere. It is, it is definitely everywhere. It is most definitely everywhere. There's no doubt about that. Let me do something like this here. Not too late on those. I mean, even some of that, I don't want those highlights to get too light just yet. Now this here, I'm just gonna maybe just throw some of this under just to get the ball rolling here a little bit. And of course, anything that I show on stream basically has to be within about 27 inches of where I'm sitting, because that is pretty much my reach. That is as far as I can reach. Once it gets further away than that, then it's almost something I can't grab during the stream. That does not make it easy. And sometimes, even now, I'm kind of rotating some of the other stuff out that I haven't really shown all that much, and we're going to be rotating in some newer stuff. Again, part of it is a technique or a material changes, and there's something else that shows it a little bit better. Also, sometimes new characters emerge, like some of our gummy bears. Oh, and now we have a physical autocorrect monster. We never had that before. We only ever had the animation. Let's do this right here. Now that's that's for sure surface tension. People would most certainly say there's a little bit of TARDIS action going on here. So I'm getting a little bit of the little bit of our that again. That's not white there. That is not white. Speaking right. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is go run and refresh that medicine. Then we'll get out our fast matte white, because then I can do stuff with the eyes. I need to be able to do some of that too. So yeah, what we're going to do is again refresh that. We're going to get some of our. This is definitely had a chance to set. We're going to make that more orangey red, and we're also going to get a little bit better reds also too in this, and then do some more smoothing out here, and then we also have to do some stuff in the hair, right? A little bit less of the yellow, a little bit more of the kind of the violet grayish brown in there. We'll see you later there, Inganes. Hey there, Neshlin. Don't worry, Neshlin. I shall be right back. Actually, Inganes, why don't you post your link in the chat there one more time before you head out? Obviously, people can still see that when we have this screen going. So don't worry there, Neshlin. We'll be right back. don't go anywhere. have returned. We've got our fast matte white, just like we were talking about. We're going to stick this stuff out here somewheres. We'll just go with that right there. Surface tension. There is a kind of, that was one of the very first animations I ever made. I kind of, believe it or not, surface tension, what it requires is like an entire long paragraph of don't do this and don't do that. Yeah, if you sit there and tell it, look, don't be an idiot and don't do these several things, it's still like 50-50 shot it's going to ignore you. Hence the whole petulant teenager thing, right? Surface tension. Very much the petulant teenager. Now we're trying to get a little this here. Okay, maybe a touch more. Now, let me see if we can try our fast matte. We're going to start breaking that down a little bit. And I think I'm going to roll with it coming from this side, maybe. Take some of that away there. Now, much easier with that. Mr. Surface tension. Let's get this a little bit light, and now definitely on the lips here. There we are. A little more smirky now. Try to lighten up this a little bit too here. Come on, a little bit more, dear. And something to do some micro blending with. Let me try this one. There we are. So yeah, now it's dropped down to, looks like 23 degrees here, so probably what, about minus 5-ish or so, minus 4 on the Celsius scale there. And yes, there were people doing the fireworks thing when that game concluded. They were a little bit late on the uptick because, well, I think they pretty much figured the game was over, so they'd probably already put the fireworks away. And then they had to go grab the fireworks again to get those going. No, let me try doing a little bit of this first here. Because we don't want the yellow blonde, we need almost kind of like the platinum look here. Come on, there we are. And you can see just how much lighter that actually is. Here too. More of those lights into here. So again, now you can see that's not just like a whole bunch of yellow there. And then again, we're going to get some more mid-tones in there. That's going to change the change a little bit of color some more. Fine, I'll use a blending brush there. Some more of that down in here. Got this now. put a little few touches of that on here just to make a few little minor adjustments here to our whatever that design is. Yep, lines there and there. Let's try to reinforce a couple edges up here. Back to this. Oh, got a bunch of highlights over here we're missing. Get to these guys. And then we'll do the same thing over here. But I'm going to maybe use this here to try and catch some of the ends of the little bits of the hair here. Got more of those down there to do. And now here we're going to get some of our darker gray. Let me try this, some of this, and I need some thinner in there. We need to get that red taken away. That is a little bit distracting right there. We'll get rid of some of that now. So if you check out those links that Armored Wolf was kind enough to share, the Linseed Fellowship channel, that is where we have the, well, like this session, last night's session, all those sessions, that's kind of where they go to exist. Let's welcome in Erdican Games, who stares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Erdican Games? Again, sorry that this week was yet some more crazy stuff going on there. Again, like if anytime you want to share stuff in the chat here at Erdican Games, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody please give Erdican Games a follow. We are painting tonight some of our new Battlestar Galactica Busts right here, having some fun with these. It's kind of like Battlestar Galactica week, because on Thursday we did our Baltar flat, and on Monday we did one of our Battlestar Galactica ships right there. So it's kind of like BSG week here. We figured we would conclude it with, here we go, back to this one here. So again, Erdican Games, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know sometimes you don't really have, stuff that you can share, but hopefully, again, you've been able to get some stuff done. So great to see you there, Erdican Games. And again, I hope that the holidays were at least, I know again there's been a lot of craziness this week and all that, but hopefully you could enjoy the holidays a little bit before some of the mischief started to kind of come back again. No problem there, Erdican Game, no problem. But if you want to share some of your other stuff that you've been doing, right, you've done lots of work in some other areas there. If you want to share any of that, please go ahead and do so. We're working with oil paints here, and again, we've got some of our fabulous BSG busts. We have other ones here. These are all just test prints right now. These are all test prints. This one is going to be a tutorial video where we're basically splitting that down the middle. One part is going to be non-metallic. The other part's going to be true metallic. And 3 hours, 4 minutes ago, there was no paint on these, but they looked like those other ones there, which just have that gray primer on them. That's all they had, just some gray primer and nothing else. Let me do this over here. Down there too. So now you can see we're starting to work in a few other little different colors, still sneaky colors that will has about this. We're going to try and work in, actually, believe it or not, a little bit of greenishness into our plinth right here against a couple other little different colors. Because remember, that stuff is going to be kind of a reddish glow there. Can't see that just yet, but it will eventually be a reddish glow. And again, hopefully, maybe over the holiday you were able to kind of, do a little. I know again you got a bunch of different projects you were working on. One was a long one. We've been working very hard to be able to create a ton of different things, like that flat that you saw, but also too our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Here's some of the ones that we did on last night's stream. So there's a Legolas gummy bear. Here's the Mouth of Sauron gummy bear right there. I mean, we've done some really fun stuff. There's our Army of the Dead gummy bear. We actually have a Wapelius Spellbrush gummy bear that we're going to do. No problem there, Erdican Games. But yeah, everybody please give Erdican Games a follow. Do definitely do that. Give Erdican Games a follow. And say hi to Erid for me. I don't know if Erid is with the in-laws trying to kind of help things shake out there or anything like that. But say hello to Erid, and just in case there. And again, appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Get a little bit of that into our. Again, that's that get mixed into our green there. You can see we have not gotten anywhere near our light. Look at this. See how much lighter that can actually be. It can be certainly a whole lot lighter. So see you later there, Erdican Games. Once again, trying to make that a little bit lighter in there. I can see this. This is kind of starting to take a little bit of shape now. Starting to suss out what's what's going on with this. Whoops, not that. Here, hopefully that's not too late. It's getting there. It's almost too late. So now again, just imagine what we're doing here again with some of the different colors and such. Well, here in a second. So I'm just going to again take my blending brush, chew this here. So what we've been doing here again with the different colors, well, imagine here where one whole half of this is going to be in metallic stuff there. So again, you can see how that starts to shape out there. I'm going to use the bluish gray up here. Now all of a sudden, see our reds get that much darker because, well, if you have a dark middle tone next to a dark middle tone, well, guess what? There's not a whole lot of contrasty going on there, is there? Also can't make this too light because, well, don't we want that to look like it's glowing, and it won't look like it's glowing if everything around it is lighter. We'll have object source shading, not object source lighting. That's a little different thing right there. Now let me get all the stuffs out of there, and I'm actually going to grab me. And again, this is the Paul Rubin stuff. So these are alkyds. Yes, they are also fluorescent. I mean, it's hard just to get any kind of fluorescent oils. Period. That's why, well, I've got tutorials on how to mix, our own. And here's some from the very latest one. All right, so these are our own homemade fluorescent oil paints there. 1 second. Let me grab this out of here. We'll take that and maybe maybe some of the Indian yellow. Just gonna chuck some thinner into that. Start breaking that down. The fluorescence and the Indian yellow are both hyper translucent, so we don't really need to do a glaze thing here. That's again, the oils work very differently from acrylics. So see, that looks much more orangey now. Oh, look at that. There you go. So instead of just, again, being a yellow line, it's going to start to have a little more of an appearance like what we were originally wanting, but that with that yellow in there, it helps to kind of, again, make this translucent stuff be a little bit lighter. Otherwise, it would just be like a weird grayish color. If we were just doing this over the gray, that is how translucent those two colors are. They're very intense colors, but intense colors does not mean opaque colors. Not by a long shot. Hey there, Camda. Welcome back. So Camda, yeah, we've been charging along with both of our BSG busts. It's crazy to think, Camda, that these didn't exist. I mean, well, when did I first send you the picture of the test prints, Camda? Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah, these literally did not exist as of about Tuesday of this week. That's how, as isn't like anywhere. They did not exist. Now we're getting somewhere. There we go. So again, you can see we left a little bit of the lighter yellow in there. Gosh, actually, Camda, I'm telling you, the darker primer method, it's sort of brought some colors back to life. Actually, a bunch of colors back to life, like quinacridone magenta. That was one that I almost, I mean, it wasn't like I completely stopped using it, but I was using that very, very, very little there, Camda. Now we gotta let that set. Right? We're playing around with this. Can't play around with that anymore. Might now still get back into maybe some of our reds up here. So I will take this. We will take some of the here. Let me get a little touch of U in there and over there. Because that was getting a little bit too yellowy. We don't want the red to be too yellowish there. So we want a lighter red, but not quite so much yellow in it. There we are. Man, again, with the exception of the Perline Crimson, all of this stuff is alkyds. Because I need this stuff to draw as soon as possible. In fact, an awful lot of the stuff that I'm going to be using in the lead up to Adepticon is most definitely going to be alkyds. Because we need that faster drawing time. As in a lot. So don't be surprised again if there's kind of a heavy reliance on the alkyds. It's become a yearly tradition, right, Camda? Right around this time of year. It's like, well, Adepticon is now, well, let's see. It's now less than 9 hours for registration for Adepticon. And again, Armored Wolf, if you need to, head out and just try to, again, get a little bit of sleep before all that stuff goes live, please go ahead and do that. That might be a little bit too much of the, I'm going to try it. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, there we are. this now. So I know Recoil was saying just how hot it was there. Cam, actually, yeah, Cam, after you left the stream, Recoil came in and he said it had been 40 to 43 degrees there for days and days and days. Which means that is about 80 degrees warmer or so. Somewhere between 80 to 85 degrees warmer than it is here. And it's really not cold here. I mean, 23 degrees at night in January is like a heat wave. Well, it should be. And anything that resembles a normal year, that should basically be a heat wave there. I'm gonna try to get a little bit more of our dark in here. Let me see if this will suffice. It just might. Looks like I also need to get some of the, yeah, there's a little bit of the hair over here we gotta get too. That will also make that look a bit lighter. Now we also again have to change a little bit of the timbre of this hair to more of the platinum look. So we will try and get some of the paint out of this thing here. We've got this, which is our fabulous, not Mars Yellow Deep, because it's actually the, is it just ochre? What is the Paul Rubens color? Let me just grab this. Is this the one? No, this is the one. Okay, yellowish brown. Wow, it does actually, it rates that as fully opaque. I don't know about that. Actually, Canada, if you want to share some of your oil paint stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Now again, a little bit less of the yellow. It's almost going to look a little bit like I'm putting some kind of skin tone there in the hair. But again, there's a little too much of the yellow going on. And also too, see, we're kind of taking away a little bit of that super light highlight stuff as well. We're also not wiping out all of the yellow. We're just kind of tinting it a little bit differently here. Also doing a little bit of blending at the same time. Let me put this in here. Also, we might go a bit darker with some things here too. Get that stuff out of there. Let me try this. Everybody check out the Instagram link there that Camda Paints just shared, because Camda paints with the oils. Yeah, because we'll check that out. And give Camda follow. Actually, Camda, just let folks, I know it's streaming kind of happens when it happens, right, Camda? Because sometimes Twitch can be twitchy, and, well, I guess life is twitchy as well, right, Camda? Yeah, surprise, surprise, huh? Surprise, surprise. Life is twitchy. Now, that is not a tone brown. That's almost kind of like our skin tone. I might even take some of this and use it as a skin tone over on the Adama bust. But now, see, that's a little less raggedy. And I was just thinking of Raggedy Ann with the crazy hair. Yeah, he's nice there. So yeah, Cam, I was very, very glad that I was able to get 2 more liters of resin headed this way because, well, there's only a tiny bit left of it, and again, that's as of, well, a little bit, maybe a few hours after the stream, well, all of the new container, which just was the other day, Camda. Remember I said that thing might last 36 hours? Yeah, that's about how long it lasted before that got wiped out. So that's why we appreciate all the bitses and the subs and everything like that, because, well, that's where it goes, is to things like, say, resin. Because, like we were talking to, oh gosh, who was it that rated us last night when we were talking? And he could confirm, yeah, as a sculptor, I spend more time just making test prints than I do actually sculpting. Now we do have our fast matte white out here. I will mix maybe a little bit of our yellow into this again, and now we shall try some more. Again, this string highlights right here again. Maybe we thin that paint down a smidge more. Well, that's way too thick there. I can see that a mile away. Now let's give this a try. That might be better. Yes, indeed. There we go. I just remember last year. I think it was last year. Wasn't there some kind of 9-minute crash or something like that that happened with the whip cart? And it turned out to be very fortuitous for me because I had literally fallen asleep sitting there at the table. I was waiting to, do all the sign up stuff. And needless to say, it was like tonight. It was an all-nighter. And I fell asleep there. And I just, for some reason, happened to wake up. And it was pretty much at that moment when it came back online again. I think I said during the stream at that time, Cam, that I did not sabotage anything. No secret members of the Linseed Fellowship sabotaged the whip cart there so that I could survive the falling asleep while waiting for it to go. Look at that. See, we have a nice chain of highlights right there. We did not have that before, but we had to kind of work against some of the mid-tones in there. Maybe a little bit of darker mid-tone, but the mid-tones, super crucial there. Super important. Now, can we get... This was a little tricksy last time, trying to work... I might, again, I'll have to probably come back into that with our middle tone again, or maybe not. Maybe we're okay there. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Everybody please give Denethor a follow. So Denethor, why don't you share some fabulous stuff in the chat there? Surface tension, given the fact that, was it only last week, surface tension? I think I fell asleep on stream 3 times. I might be asleep right now, surface tension. I might actually be asleep right... actually, there you go, surface tension. I'm actually asleep right now waiting for the web card to go live. I'm just having a weird dream about also streaming at the same time. So you literally are just a part of a dreamscape there, surface tension. So Denethor, check this out. It's, again, part of our Battlestar Galactica week. This was also part of our Battlestar Galactica week here. I don't know if you saw the flat or not. And again, Denethor, you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Looky here. So again, it's Battlestar Galactica week here on the channel. But we did also do 3 more Lord of the Rings gummy bears on the last stream there, Denethor. Warg Rider, Mouth of Sauron, and oh, Legolas. Yeah, we did those. I got actually a Gimli, so I'm gonna try to get. Let's see, we got Gimli, Sauron, yet another Sauron reprint, Elrond. So those 3 for sure. We also have Prince Imrahil. So those 3, 4 guys, we can. I'll try to get those ready for painting probably again on our Friday stream. We got more Battlestar Galactica ships for Monday. Well, a Battlestar Galactica ship, all basically prepped and ready to go for Monday. Well, surface tension, given the fact that in our spacescapes we can blink entire galaxies in and out of existence, why would not all of this this corporeal world here just be something that's you know? There you go. Everybody, check out that Discord link that Denethor just posted. Here, 1 second there, Denethor. Let me see if I can modify this for you, because I think I know why that happens. So 1 second there, Denethor. Let me do this right here. We're gonna do that. 1 second. Stick with me there, Denethor. So D. Ooh. And I think I got it now. 1 second there. Yeah. All right. So Denethor, you should have. If just type anything in the chat there, you should have a little gemstone or pink magenta gemstone or something like that by your name there. So yeah, and try just posting. There you go. See, Denethor. See that you shouldn't run into that again. I think the VIP badge is a way around that. So hopefully, Denethor, you don't have to deal with that anymore. Yeah, no, I don't think it makes any difference right now. And oh, by the way, the autocorrect monster will still attack you, right, Camda? Oh, speaking of which, Denethor. Yeah. Yeah. So he thinks that having me like real instead of just an animation, that's gonna be a good thing. Why don't you go ahead and try and type something? Just try to type something. We also have this over here. We have our very first Trench Crusade bust, which of course was made with one of our favorite characters here. You might have seen this also on the vehicle painting series here. Well, look at that. You might recognize that character is that's kind of, well, again, it's kind of a homegrown character that I made for Trench Crusade because I thought that would be very fun. And of course, it is always open mic night here in here at the Club Wappleville, right? Surface tension. Let me get back to my. There we go. So yeah, you shouldn't. I don't think you should run into any of those crazy things there now, Denethor. At least from what I've seen, you know, with other folks when we did that for them. Now, Denethor, did you kind of? I know there was painting you wanted to do, there was sculpting you wanted to do. I wasn't sure kind of which avenue you went first, or was it literally just both at the same time? Because right with sculpting, you can only do so much, and then you got to set it aside and let it cure, and then pick it back up again. Quite literally. There. Let me get. No, 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 no. Up here. So yeah, Camden. This game that happened here. This is. I mean, just imagine. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Probably is it the D's that have had such a rough time with the mags over so many years in the Derby and stuff like that, and Collingwood kind of always went well. This is gonna go down in the ages right here. This is something that only pretty much happens once every 40, 50 years. Camden, once I learned my lessons right. Now, even the same thing here, Camden. We could cut this here. Oh, and actually, the other thing I got to remember, Camden, is these are supposed. I want these to be candles. So actually, I need to put our little flames on the edges of them right there. Hey there, Em. How you doing? Thank you so much for that follow. So Galadriel, you got yourself a different look there. He's like, who the heck is Galadriel? And he smells weird, and I'm like a Cylon here, and I think I'm getting a contact high from this dude. Like, so Cylon, is that something that Morgoth created? Who is this guy? Thanks for joining us here. Appreciate there, Image Designs. Let's get you a big old Gandalf 6 roll here. Ooh, that's a darn good roll. So how you doing there, Emma? Actually, Emag, you might have been following. I've had it happen. It even happened to Armored Wolf. It's like he's like, why did I not get the notification? How was it? Because it sometimes just like unfollows. I guess some. Oh, wasn't it one time like if you don't get to see a stream in a while, it's like, oh, you don't really want to see this person anymore. So it kind of unfollows you automatically there. That's fantastic. That is fantastic, Denethor. Again, Denethor, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, I know you just did there. That's why we had to kind of give you your new badge there so that you wouldn't get zinged again. Come on, get it. There we go. But yeah, Cam, the just how many busts have I created in the last 2 weeks? I mean, I kind of started with this one here, right? Now, I mean, I hope that you have yourself a good night's sleep when you do get a chance to hit the hay there. Now I'm gonna go a little darker with it. And again, this is just a dark middle tone. I don't even know if it's a dark middle tone. It is definitely not a dark. It's essentially a middle tone here. And I think you can kind of see how this is shifted right from the very yellowish look before. It's kind of the same deal here. See some of that, see almost like that purplish, grayish type color there that's in the hair. And we'll be getting back to our Adama bust in a second here. What I want to try and do is, I wonder. No, I'm going to let the fluorescent stuff set a bit longer. Just a little longer. We're not going to try and go darker there. Maybe this much. little something there. Also here. Also there. Reverse track here to get our tracks in there. Oh, Camden, it's so easy, right, to go, well, that didn't go. How many times even tonight, Cam, did we say, well, that didn't really go where it was supposed to, and we just said, all right, fine, and we just wiped it away or something like that and kind of started again. It kind of feels really nice, right, Camden, to know that, that just didn't go my way. Here, we'll just fix it up this way. No harm, no foul, right, Camden? It really is just that easy to kind of go, all right, fine. I didn't really want that there, but what we're going to do is we're just going to, again, clean that up, fix that up, and it'll all be fine. Now, like I said, Cam, I'll get you some of the gummy bears to play around. Again, some of the ones that I know are like the most solid. Also, Cam, to the ones that are not 10 meters tall. I'm just, it's still hard to believe that I had no idea. So Camden, I thought when I saw the 10 there, I thought it was making them 10 centimeters tall, which is not, that's not exactly short, but 10 centimeters is what, like maybe 5 inches or something, maybe 4.5, 4 3/4 inches or something. No, maybe, no, that's that, because I always thought that 15 centimeters or 13 centimeters was like 6 inches or something. Maybe I'm wrong on that. So okay, so 4 inches, all right. Camda, there is somebody that popped up on Facebook. They are 3D printing actually gigantic space marines that are literally 12, 13 feet tall or something. And they're made out of, like the Army of the City of the Dead there. All of the pieces that they printed are that size. And they look like they're little tiny Lego bricks. Yet these giant pieces that fill up an entire print bed. And they literally look like little Lego bricks by comparison. It's crazy. No, I want this. I want this mixed with our green. Everybody check out that is that Discord. Yeah, it's a Discord link there that Jenna Thor posted. Now here, this has a little bit of green in it. There's a touch of green in that. That's great there, Jenna Thor. I mean, it has to kind of feel really neat. Again, to innovate stuff, right, and find all new ways of doing things. Let me do this. Yeah, and they were actually printing out like a Sisters of Battle armor suit and stuff. It's just very, very impressive, that's for sure. I'm gonna try and get some lighter skin tone up here now. Again, we're gonna let the face have a chance to set. We were working on that not too long ago. So now we're gonna let this have a chance to set. We will march on back to Adama here. Oh, how's about my references? That would also help wherever they went. Now I'm gonna try to get me some more of this green happening here. We're talking about doing that. We need some reflected light. I mean, he's also not in addition to 5 o'clock shadow. Well, he's wearing this blue-gray uniform. So why would that? Again, you are what you wear. So we need to reflect that most definitely here on his face. And now we're starting to get there. I think they do actually, Margaret. I got this message. Oh, anybody that's with Loot Studios, if you got to use your loot coins in the next 30 days or something like that, or they go away, I will tell you this: there's not much available. So I guess they're just kind of getting rid of that program completely because yeah, there's well. Now, if you've been with them for what 5 years, like I have, maybe that's also it too. So I guess we should put a caveat there. If you only just signed up with them, well, that's different. But yeah, there's not a lot for the pickings there. But I think there was like a dice tower. I had something like 5,000 credits or whatever you could call it, the loot coins or something like that. So yeah, if you have loot coins, you gotta use those things because they will get now. I guess in 29 days they won't be any good anymore. Camden, I'd never really seen that actor very much. Well, again, I don't see a whole lot of TV shows, so I hadn't really seen this actor before too much, anyways. So it was really neat to kind of get a chance to see him do his thing. Okay, that's good, Margaret. Denethor, it's super fun. Actually, Denethor, we were talking about taking the Terra Rosa, basically your oxide red, and combining it with the chromium oxide green to create the ultimate oxide or ultra oxide, one or the other. I was going to mix that up into a container and just have that with me or something, just for funsies at, like conventions or whatever. Like, oh, what's the ultimate oxide? And he kind of the his expressions, right? His eyes. I don't know. It seemed like Camden he could do an awful lot with just his expressions. He didn't necessarily have to be yelling or screaming or anything like that. Actually, a little bit like Jakar, Camda. Yeah, I mean, again, and his face actually was kind of similar. Where's there? And again, I still got to do the. I still want to make busts of these two gents right here. Yep. Let me get back to my scene here. One sec. There we go. Yeah, Denethor. That actually now Cam did you find the chromium oxide green, or was it something? Oh, it was part of the alkyds. That's it. Yes, it was one of the alkyd colors, and I just said, let me see what we got here. And, well, it kind of became a fan favorite. Hey there, Arid. Aridican Games was in a little bit ago. So, Arid, hopefully the fallout is kind of, again, it's not too intense there. So, again, sorry about that, Arid. Everybody, please give Aridican Wife a follow. And, of course, Arid, why don't you post your Pinterest links in the chat? Now, Arid, hopefully you got a chance to do your stream today, like normal. Because having some normal things once in a while would be very nice, right, Aaron? Just a little bit of normal once in a while, just for a change, right? Just for a little something new and different. How about something normal? Everybody, check out that link that Pinterest link that Erica and I've just shared. And I mean that opacity to it, right, Camda? That is just it's certainly not like what is that Terra Verte green? Oh, actually, hey, Denethor, if you want to shout out Bonko there. Actually, Denethor, has Bonko had a chance to stream over the holidays and New Year and stuff? Let me try to again work in some of this here. So it was the chromium, basically chromium oxide green and Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa is also Mars orange. Terra Rosa is also Venetian red. It's essentially the true pigment red 101, right, Camda? Yes, the true pigment red 101. Now, I think I've got. So, yeah, it can be Venetian red, Venetian red. Where in the world is my. Wait a second. Or Terra Rosa. Trying to go a little lighter here as well. Yep, a little bit lighter up there. Might get the fast matte a little bit more of our fast matte white back out again since I've used up what we put out there. We need some more light up there too, I think. Yeah. So again, everybody please check out the Pinterest link that Erica wife just shared. And then also do the follow thing. We might want to. Ooh, that might have been a little too light up there. Hopefully not. Push that here. Yeah. Let's get some more of that out here. We just need some. I mean, it is, well, we're getting closer to hour 4 anyways, so it's totally legit putting this stuff out there. You know what? I'm gonna have another one of these with some of that in here. Where's my mass matte white? Breaking that down some more. Hey there, Papillon. Welcome back. So great to see you there, Papillon. Appreciate you joining us again. So Papillon, yep, here's the busts that we were talking about the other day on stream. I'm pretty sure you heard us talking about these. Yeah, here's our Adama bust. We've been working on there's 6 over here. So great to see you there, Papillon. Happy Sunday, of course. Happy Sunday, happy fun day. We need to also start tracking down some of the lighter, sharper edges on that insignia. Also there. So this has been really an interesting thing to be painting. Again, I can't wait to also so we'll do Londo, Jakar, and Dolin for starters on our Babylon 5 crew there. I think Garibaldi should be another interesting face, wouldn't you say? It was actually a difficult face to paint, Camda, back in the day when I was doing the portraits and stuff. Yeah, that was not the easiest face to paint. He had some very interesting shapes going on in his face there. Well, here's hoping that all that goes very well for sure, Denethor. And say hi to Arathu for me too there. I hope that Arathu has been doing well. Maybe. Yep, I'm going to try to catch a little bit more overlight on the glass there. Now down into the eyes is here. This is where it's going to get interesting. Try to get that. Little more to cut that off there too, I think. Ah, that's fantastic, Denethor. That is good. You know what? I'm gonna go back and refresh you. Ah, now we got it. I'm gonna try to do a little more of our light right up in here again on the forehead there. Now, you know what? I'm gonna maybe just start doing some of this here. Might also try to work in a little bit more of our rusty type color there too. So we can do that. Might also get over our hazard stripes there. Maybe chip some of that away. Like you do. Denethor, I was really glad that the glasses actually printed out. I think any smaller than this Camda, I don't think they would have printed out. I think, well, and even then, some of the iterations, it was pretty clear those were not going to translate. And glasses are really difficult, like the Kathy figure. That's why the glasses had to be so incredibly heavy, even again, because they were being cast, even in metal too, no less. So yeah, the glasses had to be kind of extra heavy. And there really wasn't much of the eyes there. The only way we could really see it was when we printed out the mega Cathys. Get my line up there. Like that. Back to our sex right here. Now we're gonna get a little bit of light up here. Hopefully this will not be too much. I'm gonna try using some of our little bit of magenta coat. Let's try this again. A little more there, and there we are. That is more like it right there. Okay, now we have a little. That's it. That is what I needed there. Denethor, I think, if anything else, actually, Denethor, this is something that I had thought about first instead of like printing out these more complicated things, and certainly the Lord of the Rings gummy bears was essentially sculpting dollies. Remember, we were talking about those Denethor where, okay, I want to sculpt this thing, but I'd like to at least block out, or, kind of, what would you not block out, but block in. Yes, just kind of, instead of having to sculpt everything or create like a massive armature Denethor, to be able to at least print something that could be an armature, kind of get yourself part of the way there. That is something I think that might be handy for you doing the sculpting moving forwards. And the nice thing, Denethor, is that they're a whole lot less expensive than they used to be, and they're definitely a lot easier to use, right, Camden? I mean, Armored Wolf, that the one that you have there, I mean, I think you can say that's a heck of it. Not only is it just way better as far as what it cranks out, it's got to be a way easier thing to set up and use than, well, certainly those earlier ones, right, Camden? Yeah, Denethor, because Reaper miniatures, I think they still actually make them, Denethor. They're literally called sculpting dollies. And there was two different types. There was like a super simplified one, and then there was a much more complicated one that even had like little nubs for, to use as like a starting point for hands. So yeah, just instead of kind of struggling from like the get-go, like having to do everything, you say, I'm gonna at least have part of this thing started for me. Because geez, Denethor, I know for myself, I've spent almost as much time on making armatures sometimes as I have sculpting like half the miniature. So yeah, that's I think that could be a very handy thing for you there, Denethor. And again, being somebody who has sculpted physical things, it's going to be that much more powerful of a tool for you because you're used to having to do it like I guess you could say the hard way, right? Just like all of the people that, well, once they started to do digital sculpting, if they had spent years and years working with green stuff, doing the digital sculpting just made their productivity go through the roof because for them it was a very powerful additional tool instead of just the tool. There's my Terra Rosa. No, I need some more. Let me get this on the shoulder here. There we go. Okay. Come on. Finally getting that in there. No, we need to somehow make this even lighter, but still have a little bit of our magenta in there, maybe. Oh, there we go. Now that's getting lighter. Oh, geez, yeah, I could see that. I could certainly see that being very helpful, Denethor. Gee whiz, yep. I'm thinking I need to get both of these nostrils a little lighter here. Yeah, sure enough. I'm going to try to get a little smidge of light in there and also again up here. Cam, that little experiment that we did last summer at that Adepticon paint meeting thing or whatever, the summer meeting, that was a real eye opener. I mean, again, it's something we thought would be the case. We conjectured it made sense, but it was definitely proven uh, in on-field testing. That's for sure. So Denethor, the thing about obviously here is that okay, if we want to print that bust out smaller or make a miniature of it, right? There's no way. I don't think you're soldering glasses on 28 mil figs, so that's kind of why I'm really trying to see if we can't get the glasses to work as far as the sculpt goes here. Also, too, that's it's supposed to be meant for people that don't have that capability too. The minor details, right? Right, Denethor. Yeah, armor. And again, thanks for doing that. Gee whiz, now we're 8 hours 3 minutes from sign up. Holy smokes, Armored Wolf. And again, if you need to go get some quick shut eye or something like that there, so you and you're all ready to rock and roll there. Please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Jennifer, we're hoping that these can be files that people can grab on the Patreon page and print them out. Now you can see we're starting to smooth out some of these things. Now I'm going to get some darker stuff here. I might even take some of our oxide green and get a little bit of that in there. Now we're going to get some more of our regular oxide. I mean, this is very much a dry brush here. Nope. We need a little bit thinner in there. So, a little bit thinner. What does that do? Oh, that helps. Yep, there we go. That is a whole lot smoother. I'm also going to try to get a little bit more of a shadow thing going on here, too. Well, here, right? Casting a shadow there. Do some dry brushy stuff here. Set. No. Let's get to the plinth section here because. Oh, that's right. Before the. That stuff completely sets our fabulous. Here, let me get a little bit of the red in there. That is our fluorescent stuff from Paul Rubens. Before that has a chance to set up completely here, let me get a little bit of our more of a reddish look to some parts of this. Not a radish. More of that here. We'll do a little bit of the orange there, and then I think we're going to hit this here too. No, I maybe need a little more of my red. And this is definitely not pinline wash type stuff here. This is relatively opaque. But Denethor, we were talking last night on stream a whole bunch, even on this one here tonight, where if you can at least, okay, here, well, we're at 4 hours 4 minutes on these two, which 4 hours and 4 minutes ago looked like that. Now, if you want to spend an additional 10, 20 hours on this, to spice things up and fancy things up, that's great, but you're kind of there sooner, right? You didn't have to spend 10, 15 hours just to get to this point. So if you're getting to this point much sooner, boy, it makes you get a little bit less tired there, right? Because again, if you're able to get to a certain point here, really, very quickly, then all of your more snazzier type stuff or whatever it is that you want to do, you have more of your limited time that you can spend there because time is always limited, right, Camda? Let me do that here. Don't want that to get too dark. Let's not make that too dark. I'm actually going to get that a little bit darker and also some of that there. Now let's get down to our plinthi over here. I'm going to put this guy away. Maybe let me try this here brush. We will go back to our bluish gray here and maybe start to lighten some of that up. Yeah, let's hit this part too. We were also thinking about getting more of that up here. Not too much. Get that side, and then we'll have some of our edges too. We also remember we're putting some of our greens into this. Look at that. See how much lighter that is. Thank you so much, Mama Feisty. Appreciate that. Mama Feisty, very courageous there to enter our domain. How you doing there, Mama Feisty? Thank you so much for that raid. Everybody, please give Mama Feisty a follow. Thank you so much, Fidget for Gadget, for joining us here. So we're working on our brand new Battlestar Galactica themed busts right here. We started on these 4 hours and 7 minutes ago. They looked an awful lot like our Starbuck bust here or our Silent Centurion bust here. Now again, working with oil paints. This is part of our Battlestar Galactica week because Thursday we painted this right here. So a little bit of Guilty Ball tar. And on Monday we painted another. I think this is ship number 14, wasn't it, Camda? Yeah, that's our 14th Battlestar ship right there. We'll be doing another one this coming Monday. Well, also too, we did on our stream last night paint some more of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, like Legolas and Mouth of Sauron there. So Mama Feisty, if you would like to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Yes, we love our Lord of the Rings here. We love our Battlestar Galactica. Also Babylon 5. We also do 2D art here as well. So again, appreciate that raid. And hopefully, also we paint ornaments here during the holidays. Yeah. This was our New Year's Eve stream. We started here in the Eastern time zone and we celebrated all the way over to this time zone right here. So yeah, that's our traditional New Year's Eve stream. We have done 5 of those now. Good grief. Yeah, that sort of became a tradition years ago, and we've sort of stuck with it ever since. And the oils that we're using here, these are just traditional oils right out of the tubes. Not there's no miniature paint oils or whatever. Yeah, not using those. You're, as far as the quality and cost and other considerations go, you're much better off with just traditional oil paints on every front. Nice to see you there, Kayuya. And again, everybody please give Mama Feisty a follow. And like I said, if there's some fun stuff you want to share in the chat, hopefully, I'm sure the stream was really fun. Everybody had a blast. Ooh, wow, look at that can. Look at how much brighter that can be. We're just going to go super strong here. Find ourselves one of our blending type brushes, like maybe this guy. Now we're just going to slap that there, and now we're going to take this, and we're just going to march this right on up the side of our little plinth right here. Like we do. There you go. And look at this thing. A big old blob of paint there, which now becomes this. This is why we don't need the airbrushes. This is why we just need the hairy sticks, as we call them, because we can just do stuff like that. Kind of like an airbrush, minus all the mess, minus the cleanup and the setup and all the other stuff. Yeah, Mama Feisty, please go ahead and share that. That's fantastic. Yeah, that is very challenging stuff right there. For sure. Very technical stuff, too. But I can see that you have to... you don't want to be hasty with that either. Yeah, I could see you don't want to be hasty with the diamond art either. We say all the time we don't want to be too hasty with the oil paints, but oof, don't want to be hasty with the diamond art. So Mama Feisty, if you have an Instagram, or even if you got, say, a Facebook post or something like that, you should be able to share that in the chat. Yeah, even like a Facebook post. I know I've had people share Facebook posts. So if you got something like that, again, or Instagram or whatever. Where's our... Fine, we're going to use our super small blending brush there. Now we have to... I'm going to get... oh, look at this. Some of our green again. Here's some of our oxide green, Denethor. Blending brush, where are you hiding? You were just in my hand. There you are. You were just in my hand. I found you. Now again, see all that really rough, nasty stuff there? Well, that all just goes away, doesn't it? Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. We'll probably come back again with even some darker stuff on that upper edge there. Oh, here, wait, let me, bam, look at that. We're just going to change that around super quick. Very quick change there. He's nice. Oh, no problem there, Mama Feisty. No problem. Again, glad that you got yourself, something that's kind of nice and relaxing, and well, I'm sure that the folks listening on stream there too, Mama, they kind of get off. They kind of get a little bit of the vibe too, the chill vibe there, and it's a way for them to also have a nice little relaxing, just kind of chill moments there. And regular daily life is not so chill, right, Camda? It's very nice when you can just get a little bit of chill time there. Little bit of chilling is nifty. Also, a little bit of light over here would be nifty. Blending brush. This. Take that and go this way. So here now, back to our greens. It's a radiant green there. a bit of a radiant green. We'll do that over here. No, that is too hard of a bust there. Actually, Mama Feisty, that is more than one person has actually. Well, sometimes they've almost suffered grievous injuries there, Mama Feisty, because they're like watching on an iPad. And well, it's happened to me, but even just with the phone, when I'm like trying to exercise, literally, I'm trying to exercise and I'm doing the leg stretches and I fall asleep, and the next thing you know, the phone is falling on my face at a high rate of speed. That kind of hurts. So yeah, there's been folks that they've that let's say it put out the lights in more way than one. Yes, indeed. And of course, some of it, well, like the autocorrect monster animation for Landras there. Yeah, Landras wakes up, and he wakes up to the autocorrect monster, like right in front of his face. So just ponder, if you will. You fall asleep during the stream, and you wake up, and you say, okay, I'm going to start watching Jim again, and this is what's on the screen. Yeah, it's happened to the same person multiple times where they kind of fell asleep, they woke up, and that is what was on the screen right there. Pepion, there's been a couple of times where just, well, let's put it this way. I've put the phone in places and had to literally search for it for hours because it just went somewhere. It's like, what in the world was it doing there? But now it might be a little bit safer, Mama Feisty, because we actually have a physical representation of the autocorrect monster. That is, well, we also want to do plush toys of this. At some point, we have to do plush toys of the autocorrect monster. That's got to happen at some point, right, Camda? Yes, plush toys of the autocorrect monster. As now we start to bring in some of our lightest lights here on said plinth, and then we're gonna bring in some darks too. Come on, get that edge there. Yeah, you thought we had some lighter colors on there, huh? Context, of course, like we say, is everything. But yes, there are the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. That has been really fun, being able to create those. It is hard to believe we are closer to 40 characters now than the original. Well, version 1, we only ever did 5 of those. Now we're on like version 2.0, and we have dozens of them. Come on. There we are. Let's lighten this up on the side here. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Sea Dragon, I'm guessing that you've been doing the lurky thing for a little while there. Sea Dragon, we're now less than 8 hours away from Adepticon sign up. It is it's 4:15 in the a.m. for you and for me. The time approaches. Sea Dragon, there was also, oh gosh, there was this filter on the GPTs there that allowed you to turn, again, whatever the picture was into a felt creation. Yeah, it was like a felt plushie or something like that. And boy, I really wanted to be able to make something like those. So let's see, it is 216 from Mama Feisty. It is 416 here. Now, Cedrat, well, I think you heard the story there right earlier of it must have been about 11:49 or something, or I just basically just fell asleep in the chair waiting to do start the sign up stuff. Only to fall asleep literally right before that started, but then was bailed out by the crashing of the web card, which I'm sure will probably happen again. So I'm in the central time zone there, Mama Feisty. We have a handy globe to show precisely the location right there. Yes, that is, we are located. And yeah, now it's probably about 22-ish degrees, maybe 21 degrees out there. We had a couple little minor snow flurries at a few points during the evening there. So good old central time zone, right, Sea Dragon? So you can see much harder edges, and then when we get our darkest dark stuff in there, it's going to harden up those edges even more. Come on. Get this inch to there. And a little more along here. Ooh, there's a little too much, but again, we're gonna, whoops. Now, as per our conversation earlier, right, Camden, we say, oh my gosh, how terrible is that? Well, yeah, okay, now it's just gone. Easy peasy. Also some lemon squeezy. So, Papian, hopefully you get a chance to maybe take a little bit of a cat nap during the day. Well, I'm certainly hoping that I can do that because, well, again, it's basically going to be an all-nighter here. Now, that was not terribly successful last year when that was attempted. This year we'll keep it simple. There will be no sitting in any chairs. Now, I might just fall over, but in that case, it's going to take something seeing that. But here, yeah, there won't be any falling asleep or sitting in a chair. We will have the Adepticon website up on every computer in the house, preferably on ones where I'm standing. Sea Dragon, generally in the first 35 seconds to 1 minute, everything's gone. I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but all of the stuff that like the vast majority of people are really looking to jump in on, yeah, that's gone within the first 30 seconds. Which is why you really need to know exactly what it is you're looking for. And also prioritize. Because now, I don't know, it might be different now. But, if you're wandering around in the cart just putting a bunch of stuff in there, and somebody else checks out before you, now again, that might be different. That whole web card thing changes how it works. Like, I think in the past 3 minutes, it's changed 10 times. It's like the college football portal. Players they're changing teams so fast. Yeah, oh yeah, Sea Dragon, that's no big deal. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. It's all the specialty stuff, the classes, things that have a limited amount there, Sea Dragon. I see, there's Armored Wolf just said. You can get the regular badge any old time. That's no big deal. But it's things like the swag bags, again, certain classes. The class that I'm doing, I believe it's a maximum of 18 bodies or 16, but whatever it is, there's not infinite spaces there. And that is indeed the only live class I would even be doing at all until maybe next Adepticon. So That's your one chance. Just saying. So, as Armored Wolf says, VIG bags, tournaments, classes, those are your prime targets that people are it's like a Black Friday sale outside of a Walmart. Just more violent. No, that's got too much paint on there. Where's my blending brush? I was just using. Fine, I'm just going to get some of this off of here then, if that's how that's going to go. That's the only convention that I do there, Pap. I do Gen Con, but I'm working in the Badger airbrush booth, so that's that one chance and one chance only. Well, Margaret, we were talking about that TARDIS earlier on. I mean, it's not only handy as a storage device, but it's actually very good for transportation. It kind of cuts down on the travel time. All kidding aside, boy, I wish I had me one of those, Margaret. Actually, I would actually get to play some Lord of the Rings if I had a TARDIS. Yeah, I could head on over to Australia. Do again some of the tournaments out there in Australia. Yeah, Denethor. That is one of the big things about Adept. Obviously, there's all the tournaments and stuff, but the classes are a very big deal. So there is actually a Ken does set up at Adepticon as well. Sea Dragon. Yep, he has a booth there too. I am down in Fort Wapple though. He is well. He used to just be down the hall, but that was the old. That was the old. Well, one of the old hotels. There's several old hotels now. Been at this long enough that I think this is probably venue number 5 for me. Let me see. 2007, 2008, 2009. Those are all different venues. Then there was a different one in 2010. And then whenever they went to the Renaissance Center, that was another one. And now there's this one. Now, I do believe they will be at this one for quite some time because if they outgrow this one, well, okay, too bad, so sad. At that point, it's like maybe no more growing. Maybe let's just keep what we got and not become the next Gen Con or something like that. I certainly would not be interested in that. One Gen Con a year is plenty for me. One is more than enough, twice as much enough. I'm gonna actually get me a little bit of the Prussian blue. Oh, wait a minute. Nah, go with the Prussian blue in there. Blending brush again. Blending brush once again. So you can see how these edges are really starting to tighten up here. How's about we do that down here? Look at that. Blending brush again. Been waiting a while to get to that, but we'll see how these edges get much more crispy here. Look at that. There's a value difference, but there is also a color difference, right? Because we're getting this more like this bluish gray going. What do we got in here? We got this kind of orange-ish stuff going on there. Let's do this here. But yeah, Sea Dragon, if you're not looking to do the swag stuff, not looking to do tournaments and classes, and now the one thing Sea Dragon, if you're looking for any kind of, say, some of the merchandise, like the dice or some of the more popular items, maybe those might end up. I think like the dice, right? Armored Wolf, don't the dice typically get sold out pretty early also? Thanks, Papillon. That's oh we have. I actually this so here's Starbuck. I actually have Laura Rosalind printing right now, Papillon, and of course again this is going to be the subject of a tutorial video since it is perfectly asymmetrical. Just about one side of this is going to be true metallic, and then the other side is going to be non-metallic. So yeah, Sea Dragon again. Souvenir-wise, some of that stuff, like maybe certain sweatshirt sizes or something like that. Maybe those might sell out sooner than others. Again, I couldn't tell you the last time I got Adepticon dice. It was several years ago. I know some folks, they collect them every single year. And that is understandable because it's kind of a little bit like a tradition. You know, every year you get the newest Adepticon dice. Thank you so much, Razor. Oh, how appropriate. Uh, that was that the first no, the first one was the plan, right? First was the plan, then there was Razor. So thank you so much, Razor, for that follow. That is appreciated. Is it Gummy Gandalf? It's like, I have a different guy that could maybe relate to you a little bit better. He's like, what are you talking about? I think it's time that we bring in. Ah, so I'm not the only one to get his arms chopped off. So you must have been fighting a Balrog too. He's like, what's a Balrog? It's like, wings, fire, whip, all that kind of stuff. He's like, no, no. Is he like a Cylon? What's a Cylon? There's Grumpy Gandalf for you. And let's get a roll on our Gandalf 6 here for Razor. 1 second. There it is. There's our Gandalf 6. Not a bad roll. Not a bad roll there for Razor. So thank you so much, Razor. Appreciate the follow. Now I'm going to try to get also here some more of our... So we just mixed up the chromium oxide with some of our metal medium there. Blending brush somewheres. Razor, that's fantastic. Yeah, Razor will be, well, let's see. That's kind of been Battlestar Galactica week here because this was our Monday stream. We painted yet another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships. And Thursday, we did Guilty Baltar there, one of our brand new flats. And of course, we'll be getting back into things like our 1/1800 scale ships at some point. So great to see you there, Razor, and thanks again for joining us here. Trying to get a little bit of that into here. So this is actually metallic paint here. How do we make it metallic? We added iridescent pearl white. Now you can't really do that to any like white, but if you add this to your paint, again, as long as it's a darker color, that will become essentially like here. We're trying to take that kind of Payne's gray. We mixed it with some of that. So now that actually is a metallic paint that we're using right there. More of that here too. Some of that down there. I want here. Let me get more of that ombre. There we go. Mixing some of the ombre, which again, it's a darker color. It is on the translucent side. We mixed it with the iridescent pearl white. The more the iridescent pearl white you put in there, the lighter it gets, because the iridescent pearl white Well, basically that becomes your white. If you try mixing white in there with it, you'll stomp all over the metallic effect. Just to again throw that out there when you're trying to do this. So when we're doing this bust here, when we do one at whatever half side that is, the only white we can use is the iridescent pearl white. And here's our previous example of this kind of halvesies right here. So we took this bust right here, and half of that is painted in TMM, the other half is painted in non-metallic. And we split them right down the middle here. So one half is one way, this half is another way. And the idea was to show folks that there's really no difference because nobody can ever tell which side is true metallic and which side is non-metallic. No matter which they're looking at the front or the back, they cannot tell. Let's see. Sea Dragon, there is on Wednesday afternoon. I forget when. I think it's maybe a little bit later in the afternoon now. Sea Dragon. Um, there's a like a Twitch slash YouTube slash whatever kind of a meet and greet. Sea Dragon, and again, that's generally I think Wednesday afternoon when that happens. I could be wrong. So Sea Dragon, do you want the physical autocorrect monster or do you want that autocorrect monster? So there's there's that, and then there's him right there. So again, we've got ourselves a little bit of the little bit umber now mixed into our metallic here. Gonna get a little bit of that up there. He's nice there. We might try to get a little bit of our rusty stuff going back down there too. Yeah, Sea Dragon actually moved some other figures out of the way to make some space for him there because he's kind of going to be a permanent character right on the stream here. We have a cast of many characters, and I guess some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears too, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon, I don't think you need any kind of special tickets for that or anything. I believe you just like show up. I don't think that's a ticketed event. Now maybe that's changed. I'm pretty sure that's not a ticketed event. Now there's another thing. I think the only other thing on Wednesday, and it happens virtually at the same time, is whatever GW thing they're doing where they're like, here, there's our new miniatures or whatever it is, their reveal thing or whatever. That actually happens like in the room right next to us. It gets a little bit crazy because the line for that, needless to say, is long, and that it kind of let's put it this way, it crossed the streams a little bit. The people wanting to get into that, and the people who were doing the meet and greet, that turned into a little bit of a crowd there. And again, it's for some of the YouTube creators. Again, I guess whoever is doing, obviously the kind of the live streaming or content creation, whatever you would call it, I guess. Ooh, gee whiz, Prussian blue. We need some light on his collar here. We've done all this stuff over here. Now this has a little bit more of a sky blue to it as opposed to here with almost like a grayish violet by comparison anyways. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that is still on Wednesday. And again, that's It's still crazy to think that there's official programming on Wednesday. Again, when we first started doing Adepticon, people would show up Friday night just like to get badges. I mean, maybe there might have been some early classes or maybe tournaments that started on Friday, but certainly nothing like what you got now. Not even remotely close. Yeah, the sign in booth or whatever, your registration booth literally was just a tiny little booth. That's all it was. Yeah, that's not the case anymore. Now it's more like a registration floor. Now I don't know if they're going to be. Well, I believe they will be doing the stop and frisk there as you're walking in the door. So yeah, Sea Dragon, you don't want to be bringing in outside food or any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, if you're just coming in off the street or something like that, yeah, don't be bringing in food that is not from unfortunately, from the convention center. They, that is not going to be, they're not going to like that too much. I'm going to try and get me a little something lighter out here. Again, nothing crazy, just a little something here. Let's put it this way: if you got to get somewhere fast, you're not getting somewhere fast because it's a big place, and just getting from one side to another, that's going to take you a while. So yeah, if you're doing something in Fort Wample, okay, that meet and greet, as an example, that thing is as geographically as far away from Fort Wample as you can get and still be in the same building. It is 4 floors and like a block and a half away. And there could be many thousands of people in between you and your two destinations. So Armored Wolf was saying you can have stuff delivered. You can't. I think well, people probably have pizzas delivered and stuff, right? So those kind of things, yeah. But again, you uh, let's put it, especially the alcohol stuff, right? Yeah, that is something that I think is kind of a hard no. So yeah, if you've got beverages or, as we like to call it, medicine, that might have to stay in the hotel room and not bring it into the convention center. Yeah, that is just from what I remember from last year. Camda, we have talked about making gingerbread. If we were to make a bunch of Lord of the Rings terrain out of edible food, well, they can't confiscate that now, can they? That's not. We're not eating that. That's our terrain. We wouldn't eat our terrain. Let me get a little touch of this light in here. Blending brush, you are hiding around here somewhere, so I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. There you are. Ooh, let's get that liquid out of there first, though. So where we have these hard edges, Well, watch them just disappear. There they go. They're all gone. All bye-bye. Same deal over here. Blending brush. So we got these crazy things going on. We're gonna just make those dissipate here. So we keep all the lighter stuff, right? But we get rid of all the weird, funky edges on there. Let's wander back to this now. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten you up in here. Also there. Like this. Yeah, we'll lighten that up some more. Perhaps a little something in there. Ah, yeah, because we did that over on this side. All right. All right. We've established the precedent over here. Let me hit this now. Down here, a little lighter. Ah, we have some more of our darker lines to take care of. Like these. I thought we did. Oh, I think we hit a raid. That's right. Yes, we had ourselves a raid as we were hitting these. And of course, we appreciate the raid. We appreciate all the follows. Also, the bits and the subs and the cheers. We had some of those too. Come on. Get that over on its side. I'm going to sharpen that up too. Yeah, Camden, and again, it's really become for several years now, Camden. It has been quite the laboratory. I mean, all of the stuff just in the last year. I just take it from starting from the Alkids. I'm still convinced, Camden, that it's been less than a year since the Paul Rubens. Now, again, I can go back into my Amazon history there and find out the exact date, but I just keep thinking for some reason, Cam, that it was February. I'll see you later, Sea Dragon. Again, well, here's hoping that we're both awake. Well, let me see. Now it is only 6 hours and 15 minutes away, right? No, it's still 7 hours, 15 minutes. So 7 hours, 15 minutes away. Have yourself some rest there, Sea Dragon. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. So yeah, ye old door to actually, oh, Armored Wolf, Maters, wasn't that the place? Maters, that is the, I think the only way we can ever go there is on, well, Monday, right? Hopefully, we'll all just get whatever that big thing was that we got, that you and I, and And the other two aren't getting their own things in addition to that. Because, yeah, that was, as much as I loved it all, that was a bit. That was a little bit of stuff there. Yeah, oh, that's right. I keep forgetting about Tuesday. Never mind. I'm already thinking like Tuesday. Heck, man, we're already 2 days into classes and everything else. Oh, that's no, that's actually one of the setup days still. Now it won't be that way for long. Again, when Adepticon 2028 begins on like Monday with official events. Yeah, that's, geez, I can remember us. We would get to Adepticon like on a Wednesday or something. That would be like instead we days early. Now that's almost late. That is insane. Now here we're doing this. So see, we added that blending brush here. Look at that, just drops down. Looky there. Drops down all nice like. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I'm going to have to, I've already forgotten. Like in years past, there was a code sent to us. I think there's a code sent to us, right, for when we want to register there. I'll have to, because I had looked at it, that email days ago, but that was days ago. If it wasn't 5 minutes ago, I've forgotten what it said. So I'll have to go back and look at that after the stream. Where's my green? Where's my green? Oh, geez, let's get a little thinner on that. Yeah, it's because we just have to click on that, right? And then we kind of go there. That's what I thought. That's why I didn't really get too intense about that because I'm like, okay, I just got to click on that. That always that always got kind of wacky, right? Armored Wolf with that code, and sometimes you would get the code, and there's other times there was no code. I can remember that in previous years, like years ago. Oh wow! Let me get back to my. Gee whiz, that fast mat. I gotta get me some thinner in there. One sec. Start breaking that back down again. Oh, yeah, there we go. Back to my green. No, I'm gonna do this. I'm doing this. Where's our spectacular little violet over here? Let's grab some of that. Break that down. And let's use some of that here. Yeah, more of this in here. Yeah, I like this. Yes. Really need that light in there. Let me go a little. Then this is nowhere near white. As light as this looks right here, there is no. It is not white. That actually is just kind of like a really light, dirty-ish violet right there. That's it. Let me see here. Oh, geez, the biography. That's right. Sorry, I didn't get to do that yet, Armored Wolf. I thought I already did one of those. I could have sworn I did one. Unless that was meant for folks that haven't already gotten them one. in any case, I'll do another one. I'll just shoot it away. Let me get back to our here. Back to this again. Yeah, I thought that was part of the class info that I must have sent, but I'll just get a biography there. I mean, it's just a couple sentences long, so that is no big deal. Which way do we want to go with this? I think maybe some of this, some of this. Let's do that. And get this going up here. Now some of, come on, some of this. Lighter now on our corners here, but not too late. Lighter, but not too late. Let's really do that here. All right. As long as that biography does not reveal any of the secret plans to conquer the universe, it should all be good. Let's do the rest of this. Lighter. Try stuff in there. Now down here, some of that oxide green. Remember we were saying we were going to get the dark in there. We're going to hit this a little bit lighter. So again, we're doing some more of our reflections here. Now that, I like the blue there. So we're gonna make sure we get some blue when we're working on that. Like this here, maybe. And then try to do that. And then get this. See you on Monday. Well, I guess your Tuesday, Cam. That's right, on your Tuesday, Camda. And Camda, I'll try to shoot you some messages. I'll try to, get you the. I think, again, the gummy bear files are small enough, Cam, that they should fit in an email. Because literally these, our original, those were emailed back and forth. Now, it was just one file, but I do think, and that's not even like with a, whatchamacallit, a Google Drive, whatever thing. So, yeah, I think that that should work out, Camda. Come on, a little lighter. There we go. So, see you later, Camda. Appreciate everything. And again, shout out to my siblings that I forgot that they had given me that gift card there for Christmas, and that was just enough to get me 2 new things of resin. Otherwise, our test print endeavors would have come to a screeching halt. Come on. I mean, get a little more light on that edge, a little more light on that edge. Here, not so sure by how much lighter we want that edge to be. This, though, perhaps back to our blue. Back to our bluish gray. We will do this over here. So yeah, Armored Wolf, after the stream, I'll just shoot up something there and get that your way. Let me see. I think, yeah, so that was... Yeah, there's the following link. Okay, so we'll certainly have that message open on every single computer. Again, especially where standing is part of the... Now, make sure we're just standing the entire time. No sitting down between now and noon. Ooh, look at that neat little violet. Again, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So we're going to start getting some violet here. Well, that's a very grayish violet, like ultra grayish violet. So there's a hint of Arturo Rosa in there as well. Also doing this here. We need that to be a smidge lighter back in here too. But that's still some of our more of a grayish violet color. I also make this a little lighter. That is actually kind of mixing with some of the red from the outfit. Oh, speaking of which, let's get some of the lightest lights along the edges of that. You know what? Let me just fool around with this. We'll take our red here. We will mix that up with some of the Naples yellow. Let me see what we get here. I'm just trying to make sure that does not wander off too close to the skinny tone. No, it's too close to it. We shall get a little more of a red in there. Now we're talking. Yeah, this stuff had to set. Remember, red, one of those kind of notorious colors there for being just extra, not just extra shiny, but it can be a bit of a bugaboo to have multiple applications on it. I'm not really talking about layers, just talking about multiple applications. Lighten this up too. Nice. We need a couple little lights going along here, right along that little fold, right in there, and also here. So it looks like it's going down through the armpit there. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, if you want access to these files, and well, this one right here, because this is going to be a tutorial video, you do that $15 Army Painter pledge. Again, eventually all of these will be made available to the folks on the Patreon page so that you can print those out and maybe, again, save some money so that you do not have to be like me and have quite literally about 20 different Patreons that you're trying to set, and tribes and all that kind of stuff that you're trying to support or whatever. Let's move Adama out of the way there a little bit, and let's get some of this red reflected right there. Blending brush, you are hiding here, it looks like. So see that little bit of red right there? Kind of integrated into it, like a little hint of it. Little hint of that red right there. We shall do that on the other side here. Same operation with the this brush right here. There. Little hint of red, just teensy hint of red. Now, I'm just gonna go back to some of our terrosa and our so we're gonna try and reflect a little bit of the skin tone there. Now blending brush once more. See, I just kind of plopped on there. You can see how that gets softened. You can see how it gets stretched out. Very easy to do that. And nothing here. And nothing here. We got reflection there. We got reflection there. And then, well, where there's no arm, no skin, no reflection there. I do think, let me try this here. No, it's got too much of the red. More of a brown maybe. So I'm going to grab this. We will try this. Maybe even a hint of our green. Let me see what this does. Well, not enough of the thinner. So let me try that again. That's almost a little bit too dark. I wonder, let me go to a different blending brush here. See you later, Papillon. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you on your Tuesday there, Papillon. Thanks again for everything. Appreciate you being here. And, well, happy rest of your Sunday, for sure. Yep, see, that. There's only so much lighter I can make that. Eventually, something else just gotta be darker. You gotta just chuck in some darks after a while. It's like, okay, that's it. We can't make it any lighter than that. We need to go the opposite way and make it darker. We shall do that here as well. Once again with this here blending brush. Just like we did on the plinth, we will do that now on the shoulder. And again, something like this here. If I tried doing that an hour, even as little as maybe 45 minutes ago, that might not have gone so well because the paint would not be set enough. And, well, gee, we talk about that a lot. The paint has to set. If it is not set, you're basically just going to scrape the paint away when you try doing this particular maneuver here. Where did that blending brush disappear to? I think it's here. Yeah, see all this stuff that we're doing here, that would not be possible. And I don't mean a long time ago either. Not that long ago. That would have been a dicey operation, to say the least. Yeah, let's go with that. Some of it up here. Ironically enough, Armored Wolf, if my brain wasn't so shot right now, I would just like narrate it. I would just say what I was going to write, and that way you could type it down while I'm just rambling it on. But the brain is a little bit too shot to be able to do that. Might also be very weird. Because, well, I don't usually go all third person. Isn't that the thing, right? That somebody goes third person and when they're talking about themselves. That would be a little weird. We don't usually do that. But I mean, just the usual. I, the only thing that ever changes is how many years, right? Because was it 2001 first Adepticon class? 2000, not 2007, 2008. 2008 was the first Adepticon class. 2007, we just walked in the door. No idea what to expect. Where did that blending brush just go? There it is. So, wow, yeah. Okay, so it's 2026. So in 2028, it'll be 20 years since that very first Adepticon class. I'm not good at math, but I do think that's how that math plays out. That's pretty wild that it's been that long. Here again, that's some of our, that's got a little bit more of the rosiness in it. Now we're going to go back to more towards the greenishness because, well, we got this metal right here. If you don't believe me that that stuff reflects onto your skin, just wear a lime green shirt or an orange shirt or something. Yeah. Or just stand near something that is, got a strong color to it. Guess what your skin's gonna do? It's not like, okay, it's not gonna be like it's metal reflective, but it's gonna reflect what's there. So yeah, if you wear certain clothes, your face is gonna look like a pumpkin or something. And of course, given you wear certain color clothes, everybody's got 5 o'clock shadow. Yes, indeed. You wear yourself a dark gray, dark blue sweatshirt or hoodie or something like that. Whether you got beards or not, you are going to have a 5 o'clock shadow. Also, bright yellow clothes might make people think that you're a little bit jaundiced too. I've seen it often enough. Here we also here doing a little bit more of that same kind of, see a little bit of greenish reflection in the skin tone there because of the gray that is down there. No, 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 let me get this. Nope, more of this thinner over here. Come on. Little lighter right in there, and then also here. Tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Not too much thinner on that brush there. Sea Dragon, whatever is close to your skin, again, like a t-shirt or something like that. Let's say you're wearing a lime green shirt. The skin that's, obviously, whatever, on your neck, your face, or whatever, that is closest to that lime green shirt will also be lime green. Now, it's not exactly a mirror. It's not as reflective as metal. But yeah, if you're wearing dark, really dark clothes or something like that, again, you got a black sweatshirt, dark blue, dark gray, that is going to change how your skin looks. And even right here, if Six was wearing a dark, well, say a black sweatshirt or something like that, the reflections in the cheek there would be kind of on the verge of 5 o'clock shadow. When you've painted as many portraits as I have, you've seen it 1,000 times. I mean, to the point where we would sometimes tell the person posing, it's like, you know what? Maybe let's go with a different color fabric right there. As much as we want to paint, like greenish skin tones in the shadows, we don't want to paint that much green skin tone. Just like here with Adama, even if he had no 5 o'clock shadow, what has he got? He's got all this dark blue around him. Guess what? That is going, actually, speaking of which, let's get back to him. That is going to have an impact on the colors of your face there. I just remember I'd never really thought of it or really gave much whatever to it until we were some Marcon or something like that. And actually, there was one of the old original Reaper sculptors there, and we were just talking about painting skin tones. And when I mentioned that little interlude right there, every female member of the whatever the audience there started looking at what they were wearing. They instantly looked down at their shirt, their sweatshirt, or whatever to see if they had an orange shirt or a lime green shirt or something like that. I mean, it's no big deal. It's just because of again all the portrait painting. It's just something that you notice. And I think for folks that they haven't spent many years painting portraits, it's not really something that's top of mind. And that is understandable. Now, how's about just like we did with the 6, we're going to maybe get some darker stuff. I got my own bar over here. That's our burnt umber. And guess what? Some of that green. Burnt oxide green. There you go. Pump in a little more of our dark here. Let me scare up my roof in 1 second here. Where's my Adama reference? There he is. Yeah. Well, it's a little darker here in some of these areas. In there, and then along here, and then of course up in here. Again, trying to give him the, well, I mean, crow's feet, whatever you want to call them, the wrinkles over here. A bit of wrinkles there. Is definitely got to get me some of that dark over here. Let that mix in. Now we also need. That is already kind of dark. I don't want too much of that. I wonder. Yeah. Okay, that's what's missing. Let me take this. Hopefully, this is dark enough. Guess I'm just gonna have to approach it from this side. This bottom lip needs one little. Come on. That's it. Bingo. Eventually, we get there. We'll figure it out. That's a little too late. So I'm gonna take this. There we are. Yeah, that was. It's like that should sort of kind of be in a little more shadow than that. know what? Same thing on the bottom of his schnoz there. That perhaps a little darker in this fold here. Right there. Other side, I suppose. Oh, yeah, my green, my green, my green. And the brown. This interesting. His lips are very, very different. There's almost like this fold of skin here that happens in the corners. Very different. And that's the interesting thing, Sea Dragon, about, well, that's how I always liked portraits. And that's kind of, that was how I started doing conventions. Was I was still in art school even at the time, and there was a Star Trek convention that was right down the street from us at the Congress Hotel. It was a tiny little Star Trek convention, and I brought some of my paintings that I had, because I was doing Star Trek characters. What was that? Next gen characters, and well, that kept going on in through the 90s, where again I was doing portraits like so and like so of the characters from the show, because, well, for whatever reason, and the difference between, okay, it looks like the person versus it's pretty darn close to the person, can be a fraction of a millimeter. The one eye is maybe a little bit too close to the nose, or maybe you didn't get the asymmetry, because nobody's face is symmetrical. It's one of the reasons why our faces are recognizable, because one of the things we kind of latch onto from a visual standpoint is like, oh yeah, okay, there's that one interesting feature of the person's face, which again is probably some kind of asymmetrical form. Right? The guys that do the caricatures, are they doing every face exactly the same? No, they're going to lock in on whatever asymmetrical thing there is about your face, your personage there, and they will, well, and then they will exaggerate it horribly. Now, there is a downside to that Sea Dragon, is that I tried to do caricatures and stuff for fun and for other things, never could do them. Yeah, could not do caricatures because, well, it required distortion. So yeah, it was not. I tried, believe me, it was not for lack of trying. I tried doing that several times. I got semi-realistic caricatures. They didn't look terribly cartoonish. So the folks that can do like the cartooner, the more cartoony caricature type things, I always was, thought kudos to those folks that can do that, because that was just not something I could do. I tried as hard as I could, did not work. I'm not. That's too light there. That is too light. We're gonna reverse course. That's gonna be a little lighter, and then this is gonna get toned back down again. I think been trying not to get any light on that edge of his glasses there, but that might be important to do that. Here, let me try that. I might actually need to do that edge over there. Okay. There. Yeah. Probably that too. Now up in this area, let me try this stuff here. Yeah, okay, because these folds there, almost a little bit of a rough edge on some of those folds. Now here I will try to maybe get a little more light up here. Try this. Let me try that. Some of that here. Make that lighter too. Yeah, I think there's a couple of these spots here. Yeah, we're going to get some of our light in there. Now, I also, okay, this will be even trickier. Let's see if we can manage this. Might need to do the hold the breath thing, but we're going to try to get a that raised up a little bit there, and then a pupil in there. Same there. Okay, yeah. That's a pupil there. Alright, I believe. Nope. There's one other thing I'm seeing here. I gotta get like almost like an orangey coat. No, more orange. Believe it or not, that might actually be a little too light. We need, and it's almost like a bit of reflected light. So, Armored Wolf, I remember, gee whiz, this was 3 Adepticons ago or something like that. You had the one class with the, well, I think it was maybe painting faces, and the big emphasis was on how much violet is in the lips. Well, you might have heard me mention that once or twice, so thanks for that little pass on there, because I've been trying to pass that on myself. Sea Dragon, they will definitely, most definitely need the volunteers, but that is a good approach there, Sea Dragon. Get your sea legs there first. All kidding aside, getting a little look-see at what it's all about and kind of the size, and maybe you can also get a, what would you say, a hint for, like, okay, you know what, I think I'd like to work in this area, maybe, whatever. So I think that is a very good plan, Sea Dragon. No need to rush anything, right? No need to rush anything. You want to enjoy this, and again, always enjoy things. Because again, we thought we would have infinite Adepticons and all that kind of stuff. There was not infinite Adepticons, so always value whichever Adepticon you are at. How about we value some Brushmaster, who once again dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Brushy? Great to see ya. So Brushmaster, oh yeah, here we go. This was our Thursday stream here. A little bit of Guilty Baltar right there. Thank you very much there, Torkin. Appreciate that. So it's you again. And no, I'm not Galadriel. He's like, well, you do kind of look like her. I mean, the hair is a little bit shorter, I gotta say. Don't remember Galadriel having one of these, though. Could you get this guy out of here? He smells really weird. Thank you so much, Torkit. Appreciate that follow. We need another. We haven't had a Gandalf 6 yet. We've come close. We had ourselves a 4. We had a 5. Ooh, there's another 4. There's another 4. So thank you so much, Torkin. Appreciate that. So everybody please give Brushmaster a follow. Now, Brushmaster, I know you got like a bazillion things you can share. Everybody, again, please give Brushmaster a follow. Let's see, did you start that? I know there was that other project that you showed me on screen there was that last night? Or yesterday there, Brushmaster, that you were going to start on? So, Brushmaster, let me show you something, Brushmaster. Let me show you something here. Let me get rid of this here. Let me try to find you something here. So, Yeah, look at that, Brushmaster. That was very unexpected, especially when it was 21-3 at halftime. Yeah. Um, somewhere around here is a. Let me see if I can find this here. No, that's not it. Let me see if we. Nope, that's not it either. I think I'm at my Insta maybe here. Let me try this. Oh no. Uh there was fireworks, Brushmaster. There was fireworks in the neighborhood. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Brushmaster just shared. So Brushmaster, I don't know if you saw that game. It was 21-3 at halftime, and it was not that close. It could have been 31-3 at halftime. Then it was 21-6. Then it was 21-15. Then it was 27-15. Green Bay misses a extra point. That's it. What's amazing, Brushmaster, is that they did that comeback with no timeouts. They still had a timeout left at the end of the game, Brushmaster. There were no turnovers. There were no kick returns. I mean, they had a decent kickoff return, but it was nothing spectacular. Brushmaster, let's put it this way: I was getting so many messages especially that first half, Brushmaster. Oh my goodness, the messages I was getting from folks that were just, and I kept trying to tell them. I said, "You do realize this was a last place team just a year ago. It's not going to be a direct trajectory up there." Now, did you see the good, better, best after the game, Brushmaster? Needless to say, that was a very rigorous version of good, better, best. I was trying to find that for you. Also, the fireworks too. So yeah, I don't know which. Who did I send that to? Did I send that to you, Armored Wolf? I don't think so. Oh, maybe. No, not there either. I sent. Maybe I'll just find it here in my files here. Okay, there we are. Maybe here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's. There it is, right there. Yeah, let's kill that before we get zapped here. So yeah, Brushmaster, that was absolutely bonkers. Sorry about that, Sea Dragon. Again, Sea Dragon, yeah, he actually kept the shirt on this time. Brushmaster must have been too cold, I guess. Yeah. Sea Dragon. I kept telling everybody. I said, you gotta understand that Green Bay has way more playoff experience. This is a super young team, and while Green Bay has the injuries and stuff, well, the Bears have tons of They got like half a team out there, and they lost two guys in the first half. That's the amazing thing, Brushmaster, right? So here, Marguerite, here you got to get both. You got to get both. So here's your regular autocorrect monster, right? Again, look at him. He's there to mess up all of your chats and everything, right? He's there to mess it all up. But now he's right here. He's here to terrorize you in person. Margaret, look at that. He's there to terrorize you in person. Now, Brushmaster, I was hoping that Carolina would win that game, which they almost did, and that I think it would be, yeah, the Eagles would lose because in well, no, then the Bears would have played, no, they would have played Carolina. Yeah. If Carolina wins that game and the Eagles lose, the Rams would be going probably to Seattle. Oh no, the Eagles 49ers would go to Seattle, and then the Bears would have themselves a home game against Carolina. Let's put it this way, Brushmaster. That first half was kind of like Oregon versus Indiana, only it wasn't that close. Yeah, it was rough, right? Now the raucous and joyous as that is, right, Brushmaster? If they continue to do that, and it's already cost them 3 times this season, there you can get a little bit too overconfident. It's like, oh, the tortoise and the hare, right, Brushmaster? You're gonna get the tortoise and the hare, where eventually those late game comebacks, those are not going to work. Now, I guess what is the status of one Kittle, and what is the status of CMC? Because so goes Kittle and CMC. Pretty much so go the 49ers because they have no defense. Although, if the 49ers are eliminated, I think that does leave the Bears with like the worst defense in the playoffs. Like significantly worse defense. And of course, we cover all of the NFL playoffs and the college football playoffs on the Wampelville Sports Network. Yes, now somehow Swampton still remained at the top of the APCC. We do sense that there might be some foul play. Again, the APCC is the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams and no academic standards. The portal is always open. As long as you got yourself a uniform and a helmet, you can change sidelines. The coaches can also change sidelines at halftime. That's what you call halftime adjustments. Brushmaster, it also comes down to, well, speaking of a tale of two halves, uh, I think it was against Washington, right, where Philadelphia had all of like 6 yards in the second half, like the entire second half, with a higher paid offense than the Bears and Packers combined. Actually, Sea Dragon, hopefully cooler heads prevail, and obviously there's, after the Harbaugh thing, I think there's a bit of a ditch, not Flores, but ditch LaFleur. I don't think that is very wise there, Sea Dragon. First of all, there's how many young coaches are at his level, right, Sea Dragon? Also, there's like 1,500 other NFL teams looking for coaches. I don't think this is the year to experiment. I would say, well, let's put it this way. If something happens to Ben Johnson or something like that, it's like, oh, well, you know what? Green Bay doesn't want you. Why don't you come here? We will be just fine with that. So yeah, hopefully cooler heads prevail there. Because yeah, that is a little bit. That would be a little bit unwise, a little hasty. Don't want to be a hasty hobbit. Now, I guess the one thing is Malik Willis. He's going to get paid by somebody. He's going somewhere. Who is? Oh, so Mac Jones. Yeah, that's two folks that might be getting some big contracts next year. Brushmaster is Mac Jones and Malik Williams. Because I do believe Mac Jones won 4 games for the 49ers. Something like that. Do I need to enhance this eyebrow here? I just gotta get my reference. Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, we need to. Oh, geez. Hopefully not too much here. And a little more there. Yeah, and I think I might even. Geez, the plint's in the way. Wait a second. There. Yeah, I feel sorry for him because, well, he's headed to Vegas. I feel sorry for him there. Now, the most commonly talked about destination for Harbaugh is New York for a variety of reasons. He kind of wants to, I think, stay on the East Coast. Now, of course, shall we say the fans' choice would be Vegas because, well, you would have the Harbaugh twice a year, Brushmaster. You would have the Harbaugh Bowl. So I think the general fandom is wanting that to happen because again, that could be mildly entertaining twice a year. Now, of course, if you can get Jackson Dart's more suicide and also Cam Scadaboo's more suicidal tendencies under control, you got yourself a decent little tandem there in New York. Well, also too, their wide receiver who's been out for the season. They actually have potentially a really good quarterback, running back, wide receiver setup there. I just and it's funny because he played at Ole Miss. I saw him almost beat Georgia a couple times, almost beat Bama a couple times. Come on, give me some of that dark in there. Let me get that pearly and crimson. Wham! Well, there's a reason why it's a series. Is it a series? No, it's a series 6, not a series 7. Oh, no, no, no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. We want to go this way. We want to go this way. See you later, Bushmaster. Actually, I'm going to be probably heading out here too because it is now 5:39 in the morning here. And well, we've been doing this almost 6 hours. Yeah, and it's been super super fun to finally get a chance to, well, finally after like 4 days to get a chance to see what we can do here with the first of our Galactica themed busts. So yeah, it is 5:39 in the AM. We are gonna, thanks Armored Wolf, appreciate that. Oh, we got skits. We got skits, right? I think we're gonna have to go to Skittles here because that is the only. Yeah, I'm gonna go over to Skittles here. So we're gonna have to head over to Skits Mix. Let's no, we don't have to zoom out to show these two. So again, here's our two first two. Again, these are just test prints right here. We just wanted to see, okay, are they paintable? What kind of weird things? Like he doesn't have sideburns here. So I might try to sculpt those babies on. So again, there's little details like that that can't be sure if they're there or not until we actually try to paint these. So thanks again for everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. How's about we get our rate counter underway here? Thank you so much, Sea Dragon. And again, we'll see you on Monday for Armada Monday. More BSG, Sea Dragon, more BSG. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Monday. See you later, Margaret.